Rejoice! Hello everyone. Can I be heard? Oh, pop-ups, fuck off. You're annoying me. Rejoice. Fantastic. I'm just going through the Holyrood 2026 section on Google News to see if there's anything I can read, and look what I found. That might be quite fun. What are the unionist ones going to say to the youngsters? Same shit they say to all of us, probably. Oh, no problem. Is Lefty going? Hint, hint. Don't do that. Don't. I wouldn't dream of anyone doing that for me. I keep on meaning to go and say to Lefty if he wants to read, he's more than welcome. Oh wait, hang on. He should be finishing in about 10-15 minutes, I would assume. Maybe 20. I will leave that for more people to come in. Oh my god, the state of play in every Scottish constituency. National, you're fucking making your life hard for yourselves there. Oh, it's Lucy. Hello, Lucy. Oh god. Where am I? I was. Hopefully you'll still hear me, but I'm expanding this because there's an offer that I want to take advantage of. Is it there? Is it there? Subscribe? Ah! That's actually not bad. £9 a month. It's probably one of the best offers. Yeah, subscribe now. Oh god. Nearly. Oh, you bloody well can too. Oh, I don't know how you do this without. Hmm. Ha! You'd figure it out. No, didn't need that. What? Oh, no. Oh, thanks, Shanna. Boom. Huh. Oh, fine. It's not there. That is rather annoying. Didn't realise I'd registered already. Weird. Oh no. Right, here we go. With the Holyrood elections fast approaching, there is a lot of information for voters to get through. Understatement. JP Morgan, fuck off. Up until polling day, the National is publishing profiles explaining all you need to know about every single constituency in the 7th of May. None of this American nonsense. 7th of May, 2026 election. Analyst James Kelly is working through each constituency in alphabetical... Oh Christ, mine's is going to be well fucking down. In alphabetical order, identifying the key points to look out for when votes are counted. None of council housing... None of council housing. The main shopping street, essentially, here in Springburn needs fixed. Change the rent, which is local council, which isn't until next May. Still one of the most deprived areas in the UK, let alone Scotland. Rejoice. There is Holyrood. It looks gorgeous, does it not? Oh my god. Is it Easterhausen? Oh my god, right. Well, these... God. Right, these first 5 up here will be the ones that Reform will probably try to target. Because, obviously, there's some major industry that happens up in Aberdeen. I can't tell you what it is. She says in eco-socialist speak. Right, there we go. That's Aberdeenshire, North East Coast. Airdrie, fucking hell. Hammond Valley. That's over in the East Coast, by the way. Angus North in Mearns. Angus South? Banffshire and Bucking Coast, it never used to be called that. Is that another reboundary? Oh, Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley, that is Ayrshire, by the way. Clackmannanshire and Dumpliffe. That's just south of me. Well, not south of me here in Glasgow, but just south of Perth. Why the hell have you grouped it Clydebank with Mulgai? Oh, do we have... Oh, we do. This one should be fun. SNP face an uphill battle in home of UK's nuclear... Oh, no. I just tried to do that. Am I going to have to do this on the bloody phone? I'm going to have to put in my bloody Google one. Down we go. Make sure you're not getting any sensitive information. Hello, Laura. Subscribe now. Okay. Gmail. Oh. Oh, that's full. Oh, come on to fuck. Ugh. What the? Come on! What the fucking? Oops. Come on. Oh, motherfucker. Right. I'm coming. Christ almighty. Oh, there we go. Yay! Close. Yeah, I'll do it later. Finish. Rejoice, your last... Oh, I can move that back up now that you can't see my data. None of yous are getting my bank details. But there we go. Ta-da! Oh, I can move it back over there. Woohoo! Oh, we just... Well, we just go through them in alphabetical order. Where's there? Yeah. The super mod is keeping me updated on that. Yeah, we'll just go through them in alphabetical order. That might be quite fun. Just go through them as is. So, oh my god. There's 37. These two should be safe SNP, I would assume. So, yeah, let's just go through them in alphabetical order, shall we? Let's see how many I can get through tonight. We might just do, like there's the Aberdeen ones. They should be relatively quick to read. Right. Ha! Labour face uphill battle as SNP favoured in Aberdeen Central. You love to see it, chat. You love to see it. Welcome to this new series in which I'll be taking a daily look at every one of the 73 Scottish Parliament constituency races in turn, and identifying some of the key points to look out for when votes are counted on May 8th, or 8th of May, if you're doing it correctly. The boundaries have changed for most of the constituencies. Yeah, tell me about it. Grouping me in with fucking Easterhouse. Thanks. Nothing against Easterhouse. It needs fixed a bit though. Just like a lot of places here in Glasgow. Labour, can you hear me? Right. Meaning some educated guesswork will be required to work out how the parties may fare. I think it's very fucking blatant what's happened here with the boundary changes for me in the seat I currently live in. But first up is one of the substantial minority of seats that are unaltered, Aberdeen Central. It is, by some distance, the most youthful and almost the most diverse of the three constituencies that lie wholly or partly within the city of Aberdeen. The 2022 census numbers suggested that some 44% of the constituency's voting age population, fucking hell, we're under 35. Aberdeen do be young. Fuck. Glasgow's probably kind of older. And 40% of the total population had been born out with Scotland. Fucking hell. Well, the oil and gas industry gets people from all over the fucking globe. Plus the massive number of 15 jobs for GB Energy. Not exactly groundbreaking, is it? Oh, what the actual fuck? I'll need to check that. Perhaps most notably, 6% of residents were born in Africa. Right. A far higher figure than in almost all other seats in Scotland. The only constituency with a similar ballpark in that respect is the soon-to-be defunct Glasgow, Maryhill and Springburn. That is the seat I currently sit in. So this is my one. Yeah, it's very diverse here, oddly enough. But my constituency has been lopped in half. The whiter, more affluent to the west, that way. Can't fucking do directions. To the west. So that's Maryhill and Kelvin. The more expensive area for housing and stuff. Don't get me wrong, there's still sort of little pockets of council houses and stuff in Maryhill, mostly Rockhill, oddly enough. But the whole western half of what was Maryhill and Springburn lopped off, and we've been grouped in with Easterhouse. So Springburn, and it's Easterhouse and Springburn. We'll get round to that probably in the next couple of days. It used to be quite bad here. Like there was quite a lot of racist bastards live here in the north of Glasgow. But those attitudes are changing as more younger people move into the north, get council housing here or social housing here in Springburn. Soon to be defunct, that's quite a phrase. These are demographic features that might be assumed to favour a progressive party like the SNP. Well, yeah, that and being one of the most deprived fucking areas in the UK. But in recent times, Aberdeen Central has typically been only the second best Aberdeen seat for 20. Indeed, when the SNP first took power in 2007, fucking, that's nearly 20 years ago, fuck. The constituency remained out of their grasp, with Labour's Lewis MacDonald clinging on against the odds by a couple of percentage points. It's like a death grip on the constituency. Even in 2011, when the SNP claimed the Scottish Parliament's only single party overall majority to date. Sozzled! Rejoice. Sozzled Snake is in the chat. Hello there. You didn't get stabbed! Glad to hear that, Sozzled. Glad to hear it. I have just subscribed to The National because James Kelly is doing a profile of all 73 constituencies. It's going to take me a while to get through them all. Not all of them have been put up yet. There's 37 being done just now. So we're currently on the Aberdeen section, so they're going in alphabetical order. It's going to take forever to get down your minds. Since then, voting trends in the constituency have become much more normal, with Labour falling away to leave the SNP in a commanding position. I wonder what's making Labour vote fall away. Not her, Scooby. Couldn't tell you. Get wrecked, Labour. Seriously, you fucking deserve it. However, in both 2016 and 2021, the SNP's vote share in Aberdeen Central remained a touch below the percentage they saw across the rest of Scotland. Yeah. Part of the reason may be the lesser amount of cultural Scottishness that can be expected with such diversity. For example, 55% of the constituency's population reported having no Scots language skills in 2022. As long as they can speak and understand English, that's fine. There's Scottish people who speak Scottish and other Scottish people who don't understand us. And up in Aberdeen there's a peculiar, I want to say language, it's called Doric. I'm a Doric whisperer. I understand my uncle. So does my mum. His own mother, when she was alive, never understood her son half the time. She had to ask me or my mum to decode what my uncle was saying. So, like, no cultural Scottishness. So there's a peculiar language up in Aberdeenshire called Doric. Myself and my mum are Doric whisperers. We had to decode my uncle. My gran couldn't understand her son sometimes. That was fun. She used to tug on my top or something, my blouse. What's he saying? He's your son, do you not understand him? So me and mum basically had to say what my uncle was saying. Like, my two sisters looked at me weird. How can you understand what he's saying? You're not from Aberdeen. Do neither of you used to understand him either? Curious. A far higher figure than anywhere else in Aberdeen or Aberdeenshire. There he's there. There's the man. Hello, John. But that's unlikely to pose much of a problem for Jack Middleton, the SNP's new candidate for the seat, following on from Kevin Stewart's retirement after a decade and a half as the local MSP. There's quite a lot stepping down, both with SNP and Labour, and a couple of Lib Dems and Tories stepping down. I kind of struggle with the Newcastle one as well, even though it's culturally closer to what us Scots sound like. I can understand it to a certain extent, and we've got Newcastle people in the community anyway. If we need anything decoded. The Scottish Conservatives in second place in 2021 normally start as the main challengers but have zero chance due to their national collapse. You love to see it. You love to see it. They fucking deserve it, so do Labour. Labour would require a 12.5% swing from the SNP. That ain't going to fucking happen. If they are to come from a third. Oh God, that this if the Labour vote fucking implodes, I'll be giggling my face off. Labour would require a net swing of 12.5% from the SNP if they are to come from a third place to reclaim the seat. Ain't happening. But the latest Scotland-wide opinion poll suggests a paltry 1% net swing to Labour. Unless Reform UK can mount an improbable challenge in the constituency. I was worried. I thought that would be one of the main areas they'd target. An improbable challenge in the constituency that is demographically unfavourable from this should be an uncomplicated SNP hold. So there it's there. The Granite City. I have been a few times, obviously, family up there. And I've got friends up there. It is one of apart from the places near Faslane, this is the most radioactive place in the UK because granite is the low-key radioactive. It is very grey looking, but I like granite. It looks cool. That is Union Street. It is long. I have walked it. I was knackered. Did you not know that, Suzzled? Yeah, the granite's radioactive. So there's base level of radiation that basically exists in in the area, in the world, essentially. So this is above Aberdeen's above average for radiation level because granite's radioactive. Well, some type some area is where you get the granite from, kind of radioactive. I learned that in geography in second year. I will not say how long ago that was. Yeah. Because your lass is old. Right. Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine. I would go to Aberdeen. It's bloody amazing. It's got some really good restaurants and a variety of pubs, obviously, and different things to do. I can't think of what else. The reason I go up there was to just visit friends and do shopping and shit, or to go up and see my uncle. He didn't actually live, when I visited him, he didn't actually live in Aberdeen itself. He lived out in Inverurie to begin with, and now he's at Dice, just kind of near the airport, which is still outside Aberdeen. It's still part of Aberdeenshire, obviously. Okay, Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine. Let's get to it. Don't worry, you won't get radiation poisoning or anything. What? He's not. Look at that cheeky chappy. I love him so fucking much. Fucking love him. Winner in 2021 of predecessor seat Aberdeen South and North Kincardine, Audrey Nicholl, SNP. Right, Labour's father of devolution, Donald Dewar, originally cut his teeth as Westminster parliamentarian by winning the southernmost Aberdeen constituency in fucking what? You what, mate? Must have been young. I forget how long Donald Dewar was in fucking politics. But in an odd way, that ended up blighting the early part of his career. He found himself representing well-off Tory-leaning terrain that could only be won by Labour in an exceptionally good year, thus making his defeat in 1970 highly likely from the outset. History repeated itself 2 decades later. Oh, fucking hell, Frank Dorn. These are the political heavyweights, and they're basically dinosaurs of Scottish politics, by the way. Feel free to group Gordon Brown into that sort of classification if you want. Oh, thank you, Sossold. Always a pleasure to see you in chat. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with Magners. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based, free Palestine, and laugh at Labour. Haha. Now, Omaha. History repeated itself 2 decades later when Frank Donn spectacularly reclaimed the seat for Labour in 1987. At the height of Scotland's reaction against Thatcherism, yeah. We were kind of pissed off with the bitch. Only to lose again in 1992. Or did it go back to the scum? In those days, the idea that the SNP would ever win the constituency would have seemed fanciful. Well, yeah. Let alone the idea of a sitting SNP MP for the constituency would feel comfortable enough in his position to think it worth the risk of vacating his seat at Westminster and causing a by-election in order to try his luck in the nearest equivalent Scottish Parliament constituency of Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine. That is exactly the scenario that is now unfolding as the SNP's Westminster leader Stephen Flynn seeks to make the transition to Holyrood. But while he may feel that the risk he is taking is a calculated one, it must be stressed that it is still a gamble. He's been voted into that seat 4 times. I think the people of Aberdeen fucking love him. Do you? Yeah. I was but a wee tot when all that stuff was happening, the miners' strike and everything. I was in primary school, I was like 5 or something. So, small, wee lassie. My stepdad remembers it though, because he's older. He would have been in his 30s. No, sorry, he was born in 1950. The SNP have a solid recent track record in the local area, yeah, because they keep on voting him and Kirsty back in. But it has by no means been transformed into an SNP fortress. I will say again, that area have been voting in Stephen Flynn and Kirsty Blackman for the last 5 general elections. I think those two are kind of liked. Just saying. In 2021, Flynn's predecessor as the SNP's Holyrood candidate, Audrey Nicholl, won the constituency under its old name of Aberdeen South and North Kincardine, with a slender majority over the Tories of just fucking hell 4%. Oh, pardon me. Flynn himself had a slightly more comfortable 8-point win in the 2024. Yeah, his majority's not too well. It could be better, obviously. However, that was only thanks to the immense good fortune of the combined Conservative Labour vote of 49% being almost perfectly split right down the middle. In other circumstances, Flynn's vote share of 33% might well have seen him come up short. No, if they split the unionist vote, that means he would have got in. Given the nationwide fall in SNP supports, it's only 9 points. We're still polling above 35%. Not to be sniffed at. Don't get me wrong, I'd want it higher than that. We were polling at 45% at one point in the last sort of 10 years. SNP, that is, not Scottish Greens. It's plausible to imagine that Flynn's vote in May will once again be in the low 30s or possibly even the high 20s. Now it'll be in the mid 30s, I think. I would assume. Leaving him relying on the hope that the unionist vote will split in a favour. Well, you've got Labour, obviously. You've got Scum. You've got the Lib Dems, and you've got fucking Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. So that's 4-way split for the unionist vote, and a pro-independence of like SNP, Scottish Greens. It should be more favourable for the SNP and Scottish Greens, obviously. Good news for him that his scarily close Tory challenge from 5 years ago may not be repeated, because their votes cratered. Thanks to the mass swing from the Tories to reform, it should be almost impossible for Labour in their desperate current state to overturn their massive 31% deficit. That leaves the million-dollar question of whether reform can cannibalise enough of the Tory and Labour vote to have a serious chance of defeating Flynn. Get wrecked. Fucking no. Hopefully. The answer to that is likely to be no. Ironically, for a neoliberal party of financiers, Reform have consistently tended to enjoy their strongest breakthroughs in areas that are much more or less affluent than Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine. They keep on saying they're the party for the working class. Are they bollocks? The fucking nutters are running a candidate here in this seat. I hope you lose your deposit. This will be a safe I would assume this will be a safe SNP win. I would hope. I've already run that one. It must be remembered that for the first 12 years of devolution, from 1999 to 2011, the old Aberdeen South seat was held by Nicol Stephen. We're bringing back all the old dudes here with this story. I keep on forgetting about these bastards. And this seems likely that a significant chunk of disaffected local Tory support will be going home to the Lib Dems rather than drifting to Reform. That's what usually happens here. If people are fucked off with the Tories, they usually just go to the Lib Dems, or maybe to Labour. Some of them might go to Labour now. Farage is mostly hated here in Scotland. We don't like the bastard for many reasons. That will perhaps leave the way clear for Flynn to hold the seat for the SNP, but nothing can be taken for granted until the votes are counted. Okay, Donside. I've done no one on YouTube yet. Okay. Oh, look, it's the River Don. Will Reform be a challenge in this SNP safe seat in the North East? I fucking hope not. Look at the way the river meanders. Jackie Dunbar. Aberdeen Donside in its previous guise as Aberdeen North is almost unique as one of just two constituencies that originally fell to the SNP at the 2003 Holyrood election during John Swinney's otherwise unsuccessful first tenure as leader. Oh dear. It thus offered something of a template for how the SNP could go about winning the much larger number of constituency seats they needed to seize power. Yeah. It perhaps wasn't the obvious candidate to be in the vanguard in that way, bearing in mind that the equivalent Westminster seat of Aberdeen North hadn't even come close to being in range of the SNP during their first big surge in the 70s. Yeah. But once the breakthrough was made, the local electorate remained faithful in their new affections. In all of the Holyrood contest after 2003, the SNP margin of victory in Aberdeen Donside has never dipped below 9%, so they've always been, that's quite safe. And paid an extraordinary 38%, fucking hell. From 2015 onwards, the magic for the SNP in Northern Aberdeen has also started extending to Westminster elections, and it was no coincidence that local MP Kirsty Blackman was one of only 9 SNP survivors. Yeah. So my home city of Perth, because the safe SNP seat in both Holyrood and in Westminster, Pete survived. Praise be Pete Wishart. Yeah. So he's safe. I was saying to Super Hubby yesterday, it was frankly amazing. he had the lowest majority ever at one point. I can't remember what general election it was. He had a majority of, repeat after me, 1. That is not a majority. Has Lefty finished? I hope you had a good stream. Oh, he went for 2 hours. Cool. Nevertheless, the details of Blackman's result offered plenty of warning signs for the Holyrood race that lies ahead. Her margin of victory was slashed from 34 points over the Tories in 2019 to just 4. Ouch. Artemis 2 has launched. Brilliant. From UK jumped to a potentially ominous 9%. Oh, ouch. Ominous 9%, somewhat higher than their Scotland-wide vote share of 7. Shouldn't be that. I don't know. One consolation for the current MSP, Jackie Dunbar, who will be defending Aberdeen Donside in May, is that Labour's near miss 2 years ago now looks like a total irrelevance. Yet, like I said, their voter base up here is fucking cratered. I don't think so. I've not had any drop. I usually get notifications if I've had frame drops or anything, and I've not had any. I've jinxed myself now. But it doesn't look like I'm buffering. Huh. Weird. That's because Anna Sarwar's party has slumped from a national lead over the SNP of 5 points in 2024 to a deficit of around 15 to 20. Oh, get wrecked, Annas, if opinion polls are to be believed. Please, 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 please. By contrast, Reform's mini breakthrough in 2024 looks more relevant than ever, with their support in Scotland having almost trebled since then. Well, there's a new fucking... Unlike the other two Aberdeen constituencies, Donside fits at least part of the typical demographic profile of a constituency in which Reform might be expected to thrive. Don't know why. Oh, you're... Thank you, Andy. Rejoice, comrades. Andy Luke is in the chat. Good evening, good sir. Let's see, what do we do? Donside fits at least part of the typical demographic profile of a constituency in which Reform might be expected to thrive. I fucking hope not. According to the 2022 census, 49% of the voting age population of the state have either no qualifications or only school level qualifications. So that's basically hires. So they don't have degrees. They don't have either MBQs or so. You've got your hires. So you've got standard grades. That's the main one that you do up until the age of 16. Then you've got hires, which you do 17, 18. Then you've got diplomas, which is basically the intermediate bit. Then you've got degrees. You've got bachelor. So I've got a BSc, a Bachelor of Science, or a BA, Bachelor, or so it's Bachelor of Arts. That's, you can say that about Kev. The one Helena was doing is BSc, so Bachelor of Science, so Astrophysics. So, so like BSc is like engineering, blah 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 blah, physics. So your STEM ones essentially, your BSc, Bachelor of Science. Yes, yes, that is what your lass will be doing. SNP for the constituency, Scottish Green for the list. As much as I'd love for them to run in my seat in my constituency here, unfeasible at this current juncture. The lopped off part of what used to be Glasgow, Maryhill and Springburn, which was the seat I basically lived in until they fucking cut it in half. My colleague, Iris Dwayne, is running in against who is ostensibly my current MSP, Bob Doris. So he's been shifted to the west, so Maryhill and Kelvin, taking off the richer part of the constituency that used to exist. And they've got two of the most deprived areas in Glasgow together, Springburn and Easterhouse. Oh, no. I'm wanted an OB but can raise it cash. Now. Plus you'd also need a TARDIS to go back 100 years. 110, was it? About 105 years? To be able to take advantage of that. Fantastic. Give a scritch to the doggo for me, Davinio. Right. According to the 2022 census, 49% of the voting age population of the Z either have no qualifications or only school level qualifications, so standard grade or higher, as a significantly higher figure than in Aberdeen Central, 38%, or Deeside in North Kincardine, 40%. It's among lesser educated and lower income groups that the neoliberal financiers and city boys of reform bizarrely find their richest pickings. I'm trying to educate the people. Do not trust these bastards. Just look at his face. Look at it. Fuck off, Nigel. However, reform support also correlates strongly with the number of people who voted leave. Really? I never realised that. Oh, no, it's in 105 high. However, reform support also correlates strongly with the number of people who voted leave in the 2016 EU referendum. So you have to remember, up in that sort of area, that you've got fishermen. Don't get me wrong, the vast majority of them didn't want to leave the European Union because who buys most of our fucking fish? They'd be literally voting against their economic self-interest. Literally their actual businesses, how they earn money. Don't get me wrong, there was fishermen and fishing communities here in Scotland that did vote for leave. Numpties, I call them. Who buys the majority of your produce? Like all the ones who done like shellfish, like crustacean and mollusk, they voted to stay in because most of our shellfish get sent to fucking Spain and Italy and parts of southern France. We seem to have the best shellfish, apparently. I cannot say yes or no either way. Deadly shellfish allergy. Cannot risk eating. I like being alive, and anaphylaxis is fucking horrible. Which, of course, is the cardinal reason for their vote throughout Scotland remaining stubbornly lower than it is elsewhere. Yeah, because we want to stay in the EU. 64% to remain. So that's 36 that voted for it up here in Scotland. In the Westminster constituency of Aberdeen North, the Leave vote is estimated to have been 43%, which is 5 points higher than the Scottish average, but is still modest enough to be considered a significant barrier to reform challenging for outright victory in the area. Another obstacle is that 67% of Aberdeen Donside residents supported having an exclusively Scottish national identity in the 22 census. They are not alone. There's many of us who identify Scottish first and British second. Maybe Scottish, but for all legal purposes, I'm British. That's why it says British passport over here. Independence in my lifetime. With any fucking luck. Which is higher than in all but one other Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire constituency, and should work firmly in the SNP's favour. It should do, I would assume. A strong case can certainly be made that reform may leapfrog the Tories, because their vote has cratered, and Labour to become one of the two most popular parties in Donside in this election. Fuck. Yes, the English National Party should piss off. According to that Lord Ashcroft poll, they might get 18 fucking MSPs. Fucking hell. I don't want them in Holyrood. Fucking hell. Bunch of racists and bigots and, I don't know, fucking numpties. But unless Reform enjoy a further big surge in support in national opinion polls between now and election day, the smart money will remain on Jackie Dunbar and the SNP to hold off any challenge. I tend to agree. Fuck it, let's do the 5 Aberdeenshire bits. That Aberdeenshire one. Then we'll go on to something else. I'll see what other news we can find. So here we go. Aberdeenshire East. Missing voter mystery could decide the seat. The fuck is that about? Okay. Oh! Ellen. Ellen is lovely. Ellen is lovely. Oh look, it's the River Don again. So that's the main river up in Aberdeenshire, by the way. Is that a little island in it? I like the way they've taken that photo. You're seeing the nicer houses here and the bridge and what appears to be just on the edge here, council housing. That is a rather talented photographer, methinks. Oh, Gillian Martin. Right. Aberdeenshire East is some of the most perplexing mystery in Scottish electoral politics. One that is worthy of Agatha Christie herself. Let's call it the mystery of the vanishing Liberal Democrats. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh God, it's Gordon. Alright, it's Gordon. I know what seat this is. When the constituency was previously known as Gordon, it produced one of the most important individual election results in the history of devolution, with Alex Salmond capturing the seat from the Liberal Democrats on a large 11-point swing en route to becoming SNP's original First Minister in 2007. Prior to that, it had looked like a relatively safe Lib Dem seat since the Parliament's creation in '99. And indeed, the equivalent Westminster seat had continuously been Lib Dem or Liberal. Fucking hell. The Liberal SDP alliance hands all the way back to '83. Fucking hell. Reform leapfrog. I'd like to see half the fucking half the MPs try and do a leapfrog. Manfrog's hip might give out. Good question, John. Yeah. Oh, the Liberal SDP alliance. That's going back a bit. There he's there. No longer among us. I'm not a big fan of Alex Salmond. Jacqueline! Hello, Jacqueline, my dear. Rejoice, comrades. Jacqueline is in the chat. After Salmond became the local MSP, the Lib Dems remained the nearest challengers. That didn't change until Ruth Davidson's surge of 2016. Oh God, Ruth the Muth. When the Tories jumped into second place, but even then the Lib Dems continued to be a substantial force in the constituency, and indeed their own vote actually increased from 14 to 19%. Fucking hell. You're more than welcome, my dear. How the hell did the Lib Dem vote increase to 19%? Bit of a head scratcher, that one, chat. But suddenly in 2017, something inexplicable happened. It's known as politics. It's probably not that inexplicable. Hello, Jacqueline, now in Twitch chat. By that point, Salmond had switched parliaments and was defending the Westminster seat of Gordon at the UK general election. No. There was speculation that the Lib Dems might at last get their revenge on him. But instead they abruptly lost almost 2/3 of their previous 33% vote share. The mislaid votes seemingly transferred wholesale to the Tories, who consequently defeated Salmond by around 5%. Whoa, things happening. Things happening. Treasure train? Oh, Andy. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Harry has that. God, yay! Yay! That one black guy got a sub. Omaha. John Doe. Oh, and Christina. I'm up to level 2. Ooh. I'm not sure who John 45 Doe is, but everyone else I know who this is. Andy. Mwah. Thank you for the subs. Welcome, comrades. Oh my god. It's all popping off in the chat. Fucking brilliant. And yet the huge swing wasn't reflective of a Scotland-wide trend. Indeed, in some seats like East Dunbartonshire, that used to be the seat I had friends who lived in East Dunbartonshire. That is the seat to the north of me, so up that way. Or the council area. Pretty much the opposite happened, with the Tories underperforming enough to allow the Lib Dems to oust the SNP incumbent. A cynic might also have been forgiven for wondering if the unionist parties had sat down and reasoned an informal deal that carved the electoral battleground up into artificial spheres of influence. Well, they're unionists. It wouldn't surprise me if they were working together to try and oust the SNP. Oh my god! Thank you very much, Andy. Much appreciation. In which one party would be given a more or less free run against the SNP, with Gordon falling very much within the Tory sphere. If so, the understanding presumably was still in operation during 2021, because the SNP's Gillian Martin almost lost Aberdeenshire East after a hefty swing, 6% swing to the scum. Aberdeenshire East, what the fuck are you doing? Which ran completely against the national trend. Their election people vote differently. Once again, the swing had been made possible by the utter collapse of the Lib Dem vote. It's like they were hated or something. Looking ahead to this May, much will depend on whether the Lib Dem presence in the area really has vanished. Looks like it. Or whether it just lay dormant for a few years. So it was slumbering, recouping its power, all that stuff. But current projections have got them with 8 MSPs. That's why Alex Cole-Hamilton yesterday, when he was on the podcast for the National, kept on saying, vote Lib Dem on your regional list paper, or regional list ballot. I will not be doing that. The Lib Dems can go and fuck themselves. There are 3 plausible outcomes. The Tories could repeat what they did in a few constituencies in the North East in the 2024 general election and buck the national swing against them by continuing to totally dominate the local anti-SNP tactical vote. Or Reform UK could capitalise on the relatively strong Brexit vote in the area by grabbing the lion's share of Tory support, leaving them competitive with the SNP. Or the Tory vote could hopefully disperse in multiple directions, including towards the Lib Dems, and the SNP could squeeze the small Labour vote of 7% from 5 years ago due to fears of reform. If the latter happens, Martin could yet come out on top with a bit to spare, but the level of uncertainty is high. It's high in certain constituencies here, just because of the issues. What was the Tory party? I think the leader's called Kenneth Badgerbobs. I don't know who he is. That entire shadow cabinet is like an albatross of fucking laid weight around the party. You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it. They deserve it. They fucking deserve it. Here we go, the last story. Wrapping up the Aberdeenshire area for the Holyrood election. I'm liking these stories. They're quite good. SNP need constituencies for a majority. Correct. But is this one out of reach? Yeah. Ran in the manifesto for 2010, they'd get rid of student fees. Then they went into coalition with the bastards, and student fees got tripled. And I will say this, I say it jokingly, I don't want anyone to pay for education at all. What are student fees? I've never heard of those. But yeah, it's so fucking stupid. It is economically illiterate to do it. You need to be well educated. You need these jobs filled by people who've got these degrees. Medicine, nursing, other science and engineering ones. We need engineers. Do not charge something that is vital for running a fucking country. It is stupid. Yep, that killed them off. 5p back tax. And yeah, they had to agree to go ahead with the austerity and basically try and unalive people like me. 330,000 excess deaths, anyone. Lib Dems, I'm never going to fucking forget this. You propped up those bastards. And austerity has fucking stripped this country. Yous really shouldn't exist as much as the Tories and Labour shouldn't exist now. Okay. Oh, Braemar. Braemar is lovely also. You're just going to you're just going to hear me say that over and over again. Don't get me wrong, there's certain cities that need fixed, certain towns and places. But Braemar is generally really, really gorgeous. Look at it, it's nestled in the Highlands, look at it. Oh God, Alex Burnett, fucking hell. If the SNP are to reach their self-imposed target of an overall majority in May, they'll probably have to win at least 65 of the 73 constituencies. That is correct. That means they won't be able to neglect even the absolute toughest of constituencies, and Aberdeenshire West is certainly one that slots in at the most daunting end of the scale. It's kind of depressing, really. It is geographically vast, yes, and varied constituency covering more than half the land area of the Aberdeenshire local authority. Yeah. Well, we've got totes, and when he goes to do the main shopping, essentially every 2 weeks, roughly every 2 weeks, rucksack, a 90-litre rucksack. Where is it? Oh, it's over there behind the sofa. So that's what he takes to do the shopping for us. And if you do the top-up shopping, we have like a 55 or a 45 litre backpacks. It's like smaller rucksack. Plus, if I need to go and do shopping, I've got totes scattered across the fucking living room and in the bedroom as well, oddly enough. So we've covered. We don't need to use like bags for life or carrier bags or anything. We've got, see, like I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see 5 tote bags of mine that are literally, well, not quite in arm's reach, but in this general area. Right, it is geographically vast and varied constituency, covering more than half of the land area of Aberdeenshire local authority, taking in part of the Cairngorms National Park on the western side and almost stretching as far as the edges of Inverurie and the city of Aberdeen in the east. I've been to Inverurie, my uncle used to live there. It was mostly decent. I think it's been upgraded since the last time I visited. Yeah. Yeah, buying carrier, but yeah. It does make sense. So like I love my tote bags. I think they're amazing. Plus I've got backpacks as well that I use when I go and do my shopping if I need anything. None. But it's actually fairly uniform in one key respect. It's affluence. Alright, so it's a rich area. Only in the town of Huntly, in the northernmost reaches of the constituency, is any significant concentration of lower income households to be found, so working class. That's what we done during the pandemic, when we're during lockdown and stuff, when we ordered in. Morrison's is the supermarket of choice for us, but don't get me wrong, some of the top-up shopping that we have to do, if I need like milk or tea or coffee or something, I don't know. The Tesco is nearer to us, so he just goes to the Tesco, and even at that he uses the rucksack. And when we ordered in, yeah, the crates and stuff, and he used that same 90-litre bag and put everything in it to make it easier for himself. I done the shopping online for him. He says, that is your remit. Take the phone. I'm fucking off. So he didn't, so I done it. So he wrote out the shopping list, and I clicked on it and chose the best options. And sometimes during the pandemic, half the shit that we wanted or needed for the household wasn't available. Thanks, Morrison's. You have to get them to do that. Oh, do I have suggestion? I think they're roughly the same price for like sort of their soft drinks, like the main price, like Tesco, Asda, Morrison's, Sainsbury's, and Waitrose. They might be cheaper in Aldi or Lidl, but I think you'd probably have to go to them. If you want, I can. Oh, God, I can't check. Fuck. We've got different prices up here. So there's a Scottish app, and there's rest of UK app. So we've got the Scottish app because some of the prices for things are different up here for reasons. I can see that happening, Jacqueline. Basically with households like ours struggling, but I'm married to a fucking genius. He'll do amazingly, like he usually does. Anyway. Pretty much everywhere else, the say could practically have been constructed with the Tory party in mind. Yeah. And indeed it is even the home of the king during the... Yeah, I know it's fucking Balmoral's there. That said, the village of Braemar had a population of native Gaelic speakers living within living memory, which is a disconcerting reminder of how fundamentally the character of an area can change within a relatively short period. Yeah. God, these channels wonders, fucking hell. Highly attractive to wealthy incomers, the constituency now has the highest proportion of English-born residents. Interlopers, fucking hell. I jest. 14%. And the Aberdeenshire constituency is a factor which is also bound to work in favour of the Tories against the SNP. Bugger. 18% of residents self-reporting having an exclusively British national identity. You're just as well as calling yourselves English at this point. Which, again, is a higher figure than anywhere else in the local authority. Fair enough. There we go. Aristocrat! Alexander Burnett won Aberdeenshire West for the Tories 5 years ago. Boo. Oh God, no, why would they? Why would they? That's a good question, Jacqueline. Yeah. Aristocrat Alexander Burnett, I hope you lose your seat. Go away. I still don't understand why people up here in Scotland vote for the scum. I really don't. Given the Tory-friendly nature of the demographics, that might change soon, it can be regarded as actually rather impressive that the SNP candidate Fergus Much. I went to school with a lassie whose surname was Much, finished only 8% behind the successful Tory candidate Alexander Burnett when the seat was last contested 5 years ago. But that relatively close result was achieved in the context of the SNP racking up an unprecedented 48% vote share in the constituency ballot across Scotland. They are now polling in the mid-30s, which in normal circumstances would be enough to put Aberdeenshire West out of reach. These, however, are not normal circumstances. True. So true. I'm not drinking. Got it. Ah, my finger. Ouch. Oh, I'm coming in it. All right. Oh, that's good to hear, Omaha. The Tory party's own vote is imploding. You'll love to see it. Making the election result highly unpredictable. Yeah. In any area of previous Tory strengths, because the Tories deserve this. 14 fucking years of austerity. And historic shitfuckery from her and Major. And obviously Blair on us. Missing four. On a uniform swing, the SNP ought to still be trailing the Tories in Aberdeenshire West, but the possibility that the Tories collapse might be more acute in the constituencies they are defending can't be ruled out. For Dr. Jackson. I will not explain that. If anyone can decode that, well done news. Forked up is pretty self-evident. I am not explaining Jaxie to anyone. Jacqueline, I will DM you relentlessly. Take bags with you. Right. I didn't want you to have to pay for bags or anything. If you may I suggest, invest in a rucksack if you can carry them. Just a suggestion. No, like that man is. I jokingly used to say he was my pack mule. That 90-litre rucksack filled with shopping would cripple me. He's literally put it on my back before, fully loaded. I thought I was going to snap in half. Oh yeah, poor Tories. Get wrecked, you bastards. Seriously. It is also difficult to predict whether Unionist tactical voters will continue to view the Tories as their best hope of freezing the SNP out, or whether they'll throw their lot in with the fucking Reform, fuck off, or even the Lib Dems, who held the predecessor seat of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine between 1999 and 2011. Oh my god. Aberdeenshire West, please. The signs weren't actually particularly encouraging for reform. Fucking bring it. At the 2024 general election, they took 7% of the vote in the closest equivalent Westminster seat, which was no higher than the Scotland-wide average, essentially. That makes perfect logical sense because the pro-Brexit vote in West Aberdeenshire at the 2016 referendum is estimated to have broadly been in line with the 38% seen across Scotland. Was it 62%? I thought it was 64 that voted to remain up here. Must have been 62, right. The constituency also lacks the other classic features of susceptibility to a reform surge, such as economic deprivation. They are not polling well here. We are one of the most deprived areas of the country. But we don't like these bastards. Manfrog. We don't. Okay, the constituency also lacks other classic features of susceptibility to reform such as economic deprivation, not necessarily an indicator because the seat exists, and low levels of educational attainment. That means people with no degrees, basically just school education. Yeah. If you move up here from, if anyone moves up here from England, you get the same rights as me. Like lots of disabled and other marginalised communities moved up here. Not like there's thousands of people who are disabled and otherwise socially marginalised and stuff. They moved up here because of the Tory bastards. Same rights, same voting rights, same access to like free prescription. And I think you have to wait for the free prescriptions. You have to have lived here for about six months or a year. But same right to vote, free eye care, better public services. Yeah, you have to wait to get the free prescriptions. And even at that, the £10.25 you pay down in England is lower here. I think it's about £1 cheap. Was it either £8.75 or £9.25 for people who have not lived here long enough, like either 6 months or a year. I can't remember which. Fuck. That's the only one that you have to wait for, essentially, to get free prescriptions. But everything else, yeah, all of it. Yeah, it's 60 pence for a bag for life. Still plastic. It's just possible then that the Tory coalition of support from 2016 will not defect wholesale. We will find out. But will instead break up in a way that leaves a narrow path for the SNP candidate Fatima Joji to triumph on a modest vote share. It's fair to say that other outcomes remain more probable, however. We will see. Where is that story I wanted to do? Where is it? Oh, fuck it. Let's read this one. This is Jackie Bailey's seat, by the way, so she's a constituency MSP. Yeah, the paper ones are 20p, I think. What the? Yes. So this is Dumbarton. This is where Jackie's from. Jackie, I hope you lose your seat. Oh, I need them. I can't remember. So we got big clear plastic boxes when we got decanted. We ordered these boxes because they said to us, we're going to be moving you out. You're going to get moved out in 3 days. So Super Hubby went out and bought big, and I mean big. I would have to clear everything off my desk to put one of the boxes on top of it. It is massive. It's kind of big and deep and stuff. I will get the measurements for it and post them in the Discord in the morning. Filled And I mean completely fucking filled with bags for life. There's like 100 or something in there. We use bags for life, don't get me wrong. But like I said, we use rucksacks and stuff when we're doing our major shop. Or when he's doing the major shop. So an entire box filled with bags for life. We did have them in the cupboard in the kitchen, but when they'd done the upgrade for our kitchen, we've reduced the storage capacity of our kitchen, and we had one cupboard literally filled with bags for life. Fucking bloody hell. They probably are multiplying like the tribbles. I collected so many bags for life just going out and doing like top-up shopping and shit like that. It's fucking nuts. Right, let's do this one for Dumbarton, sod it. 5 years ago, the SNP fell just one seat short, damn it, of an overall majority in the Scottish Parliament. That's how they had to go into coalition with the Greens. And it perhaps isn't over-egging the hyperbole to suggest the one seat in question was Dumbarton. Might be another ones, but yeah, it's more than likely Dumbarton where she clung on. Boo. Oh God. Oh, those ones, okay. My God, an advert for Dobies. My middle sister used to work for Dobies. One of the 11 constituency seats across the country that the SNP failed to win. Damn. Dumbarton was the only one they should have taken on the basis of national trends. Oh, Christ's sake. After the Knifehead result in the previous election, they required less than 1%, fucking hell, from Labour to gain the seat. Still never got it. Bollocks. Which was below the modest swing from Labour to SNP of just over 1% that was actually achieved Scotland-wide. Do you, darling? He goes to Morrison's. He leaves at god-awful o'clock in the morning to avoid all the crowds. He usually leaves the house at like back 7. Because the man is a lunatic. So he gets there, he tries to get the bus at like apparently the bus going up to the Morrisons in Bishop Briggs is 7:23. It doesn't turn up at that time because first class goes suck. Oh, my darling. So do I. I'm insanely privileged to have him. Really am. He takes really good care of me. And he does the vast majority of the shopping. He's mostly knackered when he comes back from the shopping, and that's even when he just comes through the door and he still has to put the shopping away. I help out a bit. So when he's putting I try not to go into the freezer because of my Raynaud's. I don't want my fingers going blue. That's kind of unsettling to me. So when he's putting everything in the freezer, the fresh meats that we freeze and take them out the freezer, and other frozen foods and stuff, when he's doing that, I put things away in our ingredients cupboard, like where all herbs and spices and vinegars and things of that nature. So I put everything away in the cupboard for that. He does the one in the fridge. He orders the fridge because he's better at it than me. Ray Joyce, comrades, Specs Bean Farmer is in the chat. Hey, Welsh comrade, how goes it? That was a good turn left with Damo. Please pay Damo. But locally, voters bolted in in completely opposite direction, and Labour's incumbent MSP Jackie Baillie increased her margin of victory to almost 4 points. Boo. To some extent, that was simply a case of history repeating itself. Yes. Because although the SNP did manage a swing from Labour in Dumbarton 10 years ago, it was sharply lower than the swing recorded nationally, and Bailey's successful defence of her seat came as a surprise. No, I was expecting it. Don't get me wrong, I would have been happy if the SNP took her out. But I know exactly how in certain parts of Dumbarton, I have to remember that woman was my MP before Holyrood started. So when I lived in Clydebank, I voted Labour. I voted for her. Please forgive me, chat. I was but a teenager. And we do make mistakes when we're young. We do. To some extent, that was simply a case of history repeating itself, because although the SNP did manage a swing from Labour in Dumbarton 10 years ago, it was sharply lower than the swing recorded nationally, and Bailey's successful defence of her seat came as a surprise. So again, I wasn't surprised. On that occasion, the result was similarly a contributory factor to the SNP missing out on an overall majority. Damn. Because they fell just two seats short. Fucking so damn close. Superficially, it might seem puzzling that a constituency called Dumbarton would repeatedly behave in this unusual way, because the town of Dumbarton itself is in West Dumbartonshire Local Authority, which voted in favour of independence in 2014 by a handsome margin of 54%. Based Dumbarton. Guess what area voted very heavily for independence? Hint, hint. It's like we were fucking fed up. Who'd have thunk it? Oh! Our local park is up that way. It's called Springburn Park, oddly enough. The original name there. It's got a conservation pool with ducks and geese in it, and we've got the main pond and stuff, and it's got like sort of different ducks and shit. And other waterfowl. I used to go up there just to have a walk and stuff, and there was literally what I used to call cycle duck. No, it used to attack the other ducks and stuff. The thing was fucking mental. Hence the name, cycle duck. I explained that story to my niblet, and they just looked at me, what? You called it cycle duck? Well, yeah, it was fucking mental. I would love to take you, my darling, to show you this mental ass duck. They would struggle to walk up to that park. I struggle to walk up to that park because it's up. The hill going up to it is rather steep, and my knees are fucked. Experience elsewhere in Scotland strongly suggests that the areas where independence is most popular are actually the ones most likely to sweep away any show of Labour resistance. But the snag is that substantial minority of the constituency's population, and indeed a very big majority of its geographical area, is not in West Dumbartonshire and instead lies within the neighbouring Argyll and Bute. Specifically the area containing a large town of Helensburgh and Britain's nuclear weapons base at Faslane. You'd think that this area would vote SNP just so we could tell those fucking nooks to piss off. There's the peace camp there. There's usually people that stay in tents. I've been out to it. Even without the nuclear factor, Helensburgh and the villages nearby would undoubtedly still be a magnet for wealthy unionists. Parts of Helensburgh are rather posh and gentrified, not like the old Victorian and some of them, is there Georgian houses there? I can't remember. Definitely Victorian and Edwardian housing there. Some of them are really beautiful. So certain parts in some of the villages just outside Helensburgh are incredibly well off because rich bastards moved to them. But areas in Helensburgh are kind of deprived, working class, needing upgrading, things of that nature. But the balance in Helensburgh is fucking weird. Even without the nuclear factor, Helensburgh and the villages nearby would undoubtedly still be a magnet for wealthy unionists, because they occupy a sweet spot which offers both close proximity to Scotland's largest city and gorgeous scenery along the Firth of Clyde. One very visible sign of money that has no direct link to the military base is the Marina and Yacht Club in the village of Rue. I have been to Rue. Rue is pretty. But adding Faz Lane into the mix has effectively introduced, as some would pejoratively put it, Armageddon as a job creation scheme or as a wealth generation scheme. That's rather funny. My God, it's actually good. So they're the tridents. Yeah, it's a very sinister name, isn't it? It can't be denied that many businesses in Helensburgh do extremely well out of the presence of a facility that ultimately only exists to give the UK government the ability to obliterate foreign cities at the press of a button. Sorry, the National. Sorry, James, that is incorrect. We have to get permission to use them. We do not have an independent nuclear deterrent. We have to ask permission. I will make sure everyone knows this. Those cannot be used by us. We have to get permission from the Americans. And they can literally force us to use ours. That fucking sucks. So if any of these talking head journal bastards say independent nuclear deterrent, I will yell at them. Wrong. You have to get permission. Not independent. Fucking shut it. Extremely expensive, and they kept out the defence review. They are separate. So there's the defence review, so everything gets basically tallied, what they're used for, what we need, blah blah blah. They are not part of that. They never have been. Now, if they were to be put into the defence review, we might get rid of them, and that will make America sad, because then they lose their little pliant puppet over here in Blighty. If we want to have an independent nuclear deterrent, we should be making it ourselves. Like, the subs are British design, don't get me wrong, but everything the deterrent part of it and certain other instrumentation within the fucking sub, we have to take it across the Atlantic for them to maintain. So their maintenance schedule, across the Atlantic to wherever they do their maintenance for their nuclear deterrent subs. Make it make sense, chap, please. So if any of them say independent, no, I will fucking yell at them. That very specific type of dependence on the status quo has created a large segment of the local electorate that is highly motivated to throw a party that not only wants Scotland to leave the UK, but also wants its nuclear weapons to be banished from local shores. Put them right outside the Houses of Commons in the Thames, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Two cottage pies, two beef hot pots, milky bar buttons, sweet. Custard creams. I like the idea of the beef hot pots. I'm not a big fan of cottage pies. He is. He likes cottage pies. With characteristic directness, Tony Giuliano attributed his defeat as a local SNP candidate 5 years ago to Tory supporters in Helensburgh voting en masse for Bailey on a tactical basis. I hate tactical voting. Fucking hell. Even without his insider knowledge from the count, it would be hard to dispute that was the only possible way the result could have been produced. So there you go, the unionists basically voting in, doing tactical voting to keep out the SNP bastards. Oh God, no! You're an individual. You can say what you want. If you don't like, if you would suggest that I don't recommend them. They don't taste that good. The consistency, the not enough of black ingredient in this. The gravy too thin. Blah blah blah. The SNP are somehow going to have to overcome the problem this time though, because the poll showing that their national vote share on the list ballot has dropped heavily over the last 5 years. It's perfectly conceivable they will need as many as 3 constituency gains to reach John Swinney's self-imposed... It's not self-imposed, it's just a target. What the fuck? Self-imposed target of single party majority at Holyrood. That makes it even less likely that they can do it without Dumbarton. Damn. One thing is sure, they can't bank on the Tories for Labour tactical phenomenon conveniently vanishing, because both the parties are fucking cratering. I wonder why. Once a tactical voting strategy has proved to be successful, it tends to be repeated again and again, or at least until the boundaries of the constituency change. What they've done to me, or done to this constituency. In this case, the boundary revision is so trivial as to be virtually irrelevant, with just 6 residences, 6 being transferred into the seat of Clydebank and Mulga... What? Why did you fucking bother? You're welcome, Jackie. You're welcome, Jacqueline. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with Magners. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine, and keep your fingers crossed that Jackie Bailey loses her seat. Why have these 6 residences been moved to Clydebank Milgai? That is a weird ass fucking boundary. So Clydebank is about 12 miles away from this area. They've made that constituency fucking huge then. Mental. The likelihood then is that SNP will only make the gain if they do it the hard way, with a real swing to them from Labour's core vote, in lower income areas like Dumbarton Town and Alexandria. Oh God, yeah. That's a tall order, with national polls currently implying a small net swing from SNP to Labour. And fucking hell. The SNP's new candidate is a councillor, Sophie Traynor, and she will at least be buoyed by the knowledge that our party actually topped the list vote within the constituency 5 years ago, almost by 12 points. Nice. No party in that position can ever be counted out. Yeah. Especially when its main opponent is way down by the baggage. Way down by the baggage of the most unpopular UK government in history. Deserved. But as things stand, the arithmetic does still point to another Labour hold. Oh, bollocks. Hopefully, I will be seeing Bye Jackie. Not, Bye Jackie. Based Jacqueline. But Bye Jackie, fuck off. Right. Politics. Now, where's the story I wanted to talk about? Where is it? Oh, get to fuck. Malcolm offered. Thomas Kerr. Reform councillor here in Glasgow. Fuck. No. Stop that. Not many migrants get put up here. Thank you. And that is racist. That is fucking disgusting. Get that fucking thing out of my country. Now. The pariahs. Fuckers. I thought they'd retired that bastard breaking point messaging. Ah, fucking hell. Poor Bryce. Tell me he's more than welcome to come over here to say hello. I'm looking for the story I wanted to do. Where it? No problem, Andy. Have fun editing. Where's the story I wanted to do? Hang on. Oh, fucking fuck. I can't find it. fucking... Uh... Where the fuck is it? What the fucking... I can't find it. What the hell? Okay, right. Oh, no problem, Jacqueline. Honestly, darling, don't worry about it. No pressure to stay to visit at all. I want to try and go live every night now for my election coverage and stuff. But that's obviously the health issues and stuff like that. But I am intrigued to see Kev on the Leftist Mafia. That's going to be awesome. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Bring it.
So, cross-party support for Gaelic could come under threat for the first time in the Scottish Parliament if Reform MSPs are elected next month, an SNP candidate has said. It emerged that Reform UK leader Nigel Farage had attacked the Welsh language earlier this month when he referred to those who speak it as foreign in a video. Farage made the remarks in a clip.
Dickhead. Don't you dare come after Gaelic, you fucking bastard. Fuck off. No. There's a good number of Gaelic speakers up here in Scotland. It is a beautiful language, if a little bit difficult to learn. I'd done that at secondary school instead of doing French or German. You have to do French and German in first and second year, but you can change it. You still have to carry on doing a language, you can just pick another one. Like there was... So I done Gaelic with four other students who didn't want to do French or German, but they had Gaelic speaking family members who lived in the Northern Isles and the Western Isles. They lived in Perth with me, obviously. And I just wanted to learn it. My Gaelic teacher asked me, and I said, "Why do you want to learn Gaelic, Katie?" History. It's my language, isn't it? And it does look beautiful. Seriously. It was a story about they were questioning teenagers what they want to see in the campaign. I'll go through it. I'll go through it during the day tomorrow, like technically today now, later on. Like the full digital paper and stuff to see if I can find it. I don't know where it fucking went. So I'll look into the actual Holyrood section of the website and stuff and find it and talk about it either tomorrow or Friday. See how I'm feeling by it. I really do want to see Kev on Leftist Mafia. Carry on, Laura.
He was paid to make on Cameo, a personalised video platform to celebrate a wedding. The insulting remark followed on from an attack Farage had launched on bilingual children in Glasgow before Christmas when he accused them of, quote, culture smashing the city. Honestly, every time I read that, I get so annoyed. There are now fears that Reform UK could go after Gaelic next and splinter long-held cross-party support for the language if they manage to gain significant influence in the Scottish Parliament at the election. Significant progress has been made in protecting Gaelic in recent years, as it was given official status alongside Scots last June as part of the Scottish Languages Bill, which was voted through unanimously.
Egypt, numpty, crabbit, words like that, scunnered, they're all Scottish. Yeah. Healing Coo! Healing Coo! Where's my healing coup? There's my healing coup. Healing coup! In fact, healing coup went flying. Sorry, healing coup. And then let's go with second stage. So, the equivalent of those up here is standard grades. So you've got foundation, intermediate and credit level. So that's the 3-1. So basically, if you're in the foundation classes, that means you might your grade will probably be like a 4 or 5. Intermediate would be 43 or maybe up 42, and credit is like 1 and 2, so that's top. That's getting really good grade, essentially. I think it's all changed now from when I was at school. But yeah, so that was the 3 grades, and it was in standard grades. Obviously, you've got hires as well, which is the equivalent of your A stars and shit. Oh, no. We were never allowed to drop a... We had to do at least one science subject. For all my sins, I chose 2 science. I'd done chemistry and biology at standard grade. Because I liked chemistry and biology. I couldn't... but my best friend at the time, in school, she'd done math. Well, you obviously have to do math, but she'd done physics and chemistry because she was brilliant at physics. I wasn't. And she was amazing at maths. I was in intermediate for maths. I got a 3 for my maths at standard grade. Fairly respectable. My 2 sisters, though, they both got credit. They got 1s. Oh my god. I was 10. So I was still in primary school. Oh my god, I'm moving to England in St. Jacques. I've done French, German, moved to England, Mr. Year put me in bombs. Oh, Omaha. I just found this out recently. The geeping mom, my younger nephew, was saying to me, said, so is it still the same? Is it still French and German that you choose, or Gaelic? So we've got more now. We can do We can do Italian, Spanish, or one of the Scandi ones. I think they could learn Danish if they wanted. So that for those ones, except the French and German, because we want to be more European. That got instituted after the war, by the way, learning French or German. They really should be teaching Mandarin or certain dialects of Cantonese in schools. Just an idea. But to do like the Spanish or Italian or whatever Scandi one it is, you have to choose that one first, as well as doing either French or German, and you have to carry on to like 5th and 6th year as well. Only a few in the Gaping Maw's class chose to do that. Chose to do like a couple of them done Spanish. A good few of them actually wanted to learn Italian. Good for them, I guess. If I had had the option, I would have learned Spanish.
But Ailey Monroe, the SNP's candidate for Skye, Lochaber and Badnoch, which is Kate Forbes' constituency right now, or was. I mean, technically they're not MSPs anymore. It's a bit complicated. I won't get into it. She said that she fears that progress could be shattered.
Technically, if anything happens, the cabinet can come back. That's why when you're seeing all the electioneering happening on the TV and stuff, or in the newspapers, he is still the First Minister, because things happen. And we still need a government if anything goes wrong. So the cabinet still exists nominally, in case something goes wrong. Not good for man nor beast. That's the one thing that they get right up here. They try and prioritise doing STEM up here in Scotland, at least during my time at getting educated. It's like we were engineers or something, or scientists throughout history. She speaks in an engineering code. You're engineering and scientific heavyweights up here. And great enlightenment thinkers and like, oh. Correct, Omaha. Much more widely spoken. Apparently, the Scots tongue, the way we talk, perfect for learning German. So in 1st and 2nd year, I done German, and I did kind of enjoy it. I thought I'd done quite well. I was in basically the top part of the class for doing German. Yeah. So my German teacher was literally German. She had moved over. So this would have been 90s, early 90s, essentially. So she moved over, and like when she became Prime Minister when I was born, she moved to 79 or 80, she moved to Perth. From I can't remember, was it Stuttgart? I think she was from Stuttgart. She moved over here. She was a teacher over there as well. And she done like composition essentially, so basically the writing essentially. I like the actual structure of language, not literary studies, which is basically the art of making writing beautiful, whatever, yeah. So you've got English composition, which is literally the structure of the English language. It makes no fucking sense. English is garbage.
If Reform get MSPs into Holyrood, she told The National, quote, "I think anything that threatens their very narrow view of what they think Britain should be is something they're likely to turn around and attack." Sandra, do you think Ailey is right? Is Nigel Farage threatened by Gaelic? Are the Reform people likely to attack Gaelic?
Yes, they're likely to attack it. Yes, I'm just yeah. I think have they not already? It's hard to keep track of everything they're attacking. It was Welsh language she was calling a foreign
Welsh language, and then just generally second languages.
Yeah, generally second languages. I mean, it's very much this.
You must speak English. Away and bow your head, Nigel. Okay, let's put Mother Stream Guardian. It do be a chibi hella from the MCU. Thor Ragnarok, if you're interested. Those green eyes, I fucking just look at them. Seriously, if he comes after Gaelic, he's going to have to deal with the Western Islanders. That'll be fun for him. I've met people like that from the Western Isles. They are not to be trifled with. Oh, you need a science background. You need to do it like GCSE or standard grade or something like that, or have hires in a relevant science subject. I can see why a college would do that if they didn't have like a GCSE in like chemistry or biology or physics or something, or some sort of tech studies, like. So it was called technical studies up here, which is basically sort of woodwork and carpentry and shit like that you done to second year. I was glad to drop that. Don't get me wrong, my tech teacher was really quite good. He helped me a lot. After I got my diagnosis of my arthritis, I still had to do it. I didn't need. I got out of PE. That's why I done Latin and classics. I said in the chat earlier in Kev's chat. I didn't know this at the time, but my comparative religions and basically religious education teacher, who was from Edinburgh, he was a Marxist. His daughter told me, I miss her. I hope she's doing well. I hope she's coping. So my RE teacher passed last year. 2 years ago. That man was a legend. He gave me the Communist Manifesto to read when I was 15 years old. Praise be. He escaped a fee-paying Catholic school in Edinburgh. He was a teacher there. He did with classics and Latin and comparative religions. Because Catholics like to teach these are all these other religions and why they're wrong. Super happy to go through that when he went to schooling, because he's Catholic and these are all the other religions and this is why they're all wrong, and why Catholicism is the best, is the only faith you need. So this is back in like the 70s and 80s and stuff when he went to school. Bit arrogant, really. Seriously? Why would you say that about your religion?
This imperial mindset, it goes all the way back to exactly, well, it's what the British state's kind of been doing for forever. Whereas we don't want you to all speak your little minority languages. Thank you very much. It has to be English. It has to be the Queen's English. Sorry, I'm always banging Queen's English. But that's very much what it was. So they go back to kind of the early days of the BBC, and you have like that received pronunciation, and everybody had to speak in this exact same way.
Fuck that. Received pronunciation. Can go and do one. Don't get me wrong, Scottish people do speak it. Fraser Nelson. God, he sounds like he's a posh twat, and he sounds fucking idiotic. No, it's his actual speaking, his voice. No one like that. No one speaks like that up here. Well, maybe a couple do. But we just listen to him and say, why are you talking like that, you fucking bell end? You sound stupid. So most of us sound like this, with regional dialects do exist, don't get me wrong. Apparently, I'm a weird mix of Perth and Glasgow. I have lived here in Glasgow longer than I lived in my home city of Perth. I say sometimes with certain words or phrases, I do sound very Perth. My two sisters sound very Perth. But because I moved down here when I was a teenager, to move in with a man, oddly enough, I've adopted certain Glaswegianisms, if you wish. So sometimes when I get angry, I sound like a Glaswegian, or sometimes if I get like apocalyptically rageful, I sound Perth. Just depends, really. Good choice. You may became a physicist. Good for him. There was no hope of me ever becoming a physicist. There was a chance that I could have become a chemist. So I got a B in my higher math. I don't know how the fuck I managed that at college. Round of applause for your last getting a B in higher maths. Fucking hell. I got an A for my chemistry and biology and stuff at college to get into my university access program to get to my degree back over 20 years ago. Fuck it, I'm going back to the beginning. So yeah. Like my sister done higher. She done 5 higher. She got 5 A's and a B when she done her higher, so she basically done the classic route. School, so standard grades, higher's, straight to uni. I didn't. I done up to standard grade, then left and started working when I was 16. Then I done college when I was a year later when I was 17 to do my highers. What was Perth College, which is now the University of Highlands and Islands. So it's got university status now, my college, the college I went to. Good for Perth, you've got a university. Round of applause.
So, cross-party support for Gaelic could come under threat for the first time in the Scottish Parliament if Reform MSPs are elected next month, an SNP candidate has said. It emerged that Reform UK leader Nigel Farage had attacked the Welsh language earlier this month when he referred to those who speak it as foreign in a video. Farage made the remarks in a clip he was paid to make on Cameo, a personalised video platform to celebrate a wedding. The insulting remark followed on from an attack Farage had launched on bilingual children in Glasgow before Christmas when he accused them of, quote, culture smashing the city. Honestly, every time I read that, I get so annoyed.
The outrage that they done that to here and here, we all just started yelling, "Fuck off, man frog, just shut up, they speak English, get wrecked and leave kids alone, you bastard." Yeah, don't piss off Glaswegians. Just don't give us a reason to hate you. I will be back in 2 minutes.
There are now fears that Reform UK could go after Gaelic next and splinter long-held cross-party support for the language if they manage to gain significant influence in the Scottish Parliament at the election. Significant progress has been made in protecting Gaelic in recent years, as it was given official status alongside Scots last June as part of the Scottish Languages Bill, which was voted through unanimously. But Ailey Munro, the SNP's candidate for Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch, which is Kate Forbes' constituency right now, or was. I mean, technically they're not MSPs anymore. It's a bit complicated. I won't get into it. She said that she fears that progress could be shattered if Reform get MSPs into Holyrood. She told The National, quote, "I think anything that threatens their very narrow view of what they think Britain should be is something they're likely to turn around and attack." Xander, do you think Ailey is right? Is Nigel Farage threatened by Gaelic? Are the Reform people likely to attack Gaelic?
Yes, they're likely to attack it. Yes, I'm just yeah. I think, have they not already? It's hard to keep track of everything they're attacking. It was Welsh language he was calling a foreign
Welsh language and then just generally second languages.
Yeah, generally second languages. I mean, it's very much this imperial mindset. It goes all the way back to exactly, well, it's what the British state's kind of been doing for forever. Whereas we don't want you to all speak your little minority languages. Thank you very much. It has to be English, and it has to be the Queen's English. Sorry, I'm always banging Queen's English, Queen's English. But that's very much what it was. They go back to kind of the early days of the BBC, and you have like that received pronunciation, and everybody had to speak in this exact same way. And we are seeing, I think, in broadcasting, in media in the UK, a huge widening of how it's okay to sound. Like, you will have presenters on flagship news programs and things now with, I mean, I was about to say Hugh Edwards had a Welsh accent, but I don't think he's the BBC's flagship anymore.
Let's not bring that up.
But people like him. He was very proud of his accent and his heritage, and you'd hear it on the TV, and you do hear it all the time now. You have people that are really distinctly from the north, people that are really distinctly from Wales, and they're allowed to use their accents on camera in a way that you weren't allowed to 50, 60 years ago.
Can I just say, I think that's true to an extent, but like, it's hard to see someone with a Scouse accent or a Glaswegian accent still like presenting BBC News at 6. I think there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Because especially, it's the class links, isn't it? I think people still really associate intelligence and class with an accent in a way that is absolutely not being addressed.
I don't think that it's journey finished or anything, but I do think that you can see the change over the decades. And I think what Reform are ultimately trying to do is drag us backwards on this and so many other things. And they can say, oh, we're so proud of the union and blah, 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 blah. We're so strong on the union. But they want that union to be kind of monoculture. Everybody is basically a little mini Nigel Farage. They grow up like goose stepping. They learn to hold that in a bit as they get older, and they just become kind of more respectable Tories who, with a stiff upper lip, and they drink their tea, and I don't know, whatever they think people do, like people have to do.
They want English to mean British. They want English culture to dominate. I don't think Nigel Farage would know the first thing about what Scottish kind of heritage and culture looks like, and I'm sure they would have an even bigger problem with Scots being classified as its own language. I think that's a big issue.
I think because, I mean, these people just don't know what they're talking about for a start, so they just hear it and they don't recognize it as a foreign language, so they're like, well, that must be something bad, and just instantly attack it. Scott,
Omaha, yes. Oh my god. Good evening, people. Comrie, welcome. Based Welshman in chat. Hello. It was a bit. Yeah, it's called Mid-Atlantic, essentially. They say no prescribed no assigned accent, which is bollocks. But yeah, after the invention of television and the institution of the BBC starting, essentially, they all had to sound neutral. They all had to sound relatively clear, basically English. And you didn't get any. There's still no Glaswegian either journalists or editors or broadcasters in the news. He can go and he can shut it with that one. So they're thinking that he might come after Gaelic up here. To do that, he's going to have to deal with the Western Islanders. That's going to be fun for him. I said before, I've met these people. They are not to be trifled with. Yeah, don't come after Gaelic Man Frog, you piece of shit. He's not well received up here. That's why they're leaving it to Thomas Kerr and Malcolm Orford, even though he's a piece of shit as well. Just don't. You didn't need to come after Gaelic or Scots. And if you come after Scots, you're going to have to fucking deal with me. And you don't want that, Nigel. Trust me on that one. You really don't. Oh, we have pride in my language. I had a heavy heart from my fellow Celtic tongues, which I imagine face even greater risk. Yeah. There's more Welsh speakers than there is Gaelic, unfortunately. You're like 3 times more than us. And you've got a smaller population. There are strongholds of Gaelic speaking areas, don't get me wrong, which is good to see. And it's a protected language now. And hopefully there's a few schools across Scotland that teach it. There's a few schools that speak only in Gaelic for their education, which is fucking amazing. Nice one. I want it more disseminated across the country, essentially. I'd love to see it. It'd be fucking amazing. Teaching the younger generations how to speak Gaelic, which will be brilliant, so we can be snarky to Manfrog and his ilk in Gaelic, which will be hilarious, because I don't think he knows a lick of Gaelic at all. I know some Gaelic. I'd done it at secondary school, which was a few years ago. Yeah. I think you're correct with that, Omaha. I think Sandy Talks said that's what happened with her, because technically she's a New Yorker, but her parents sent her to an all-girls private school in England, and they basically educated the accent out of her. Oh. I loved Sandy. She's kind of good.
I mean, because it has some overlap with English, but it's like you wouldn't go to Norway and Sweden and be like, I'm hearing overlap between your 2 languages.
Yeah, so one of them isn't a language.
Yeah, one of them isn't a language. You're all wrong. I'm right. Which is basically what we hear from these people. It's not just reform. I mean, this has been active in the Tories for a while. It was Stephen Kerr, the MSP, who deleted the Gaelic off his Scottish parliamentary paper and got told off for doing that. But it's like these minority languages are always coming under attack from people that want monoculture. They want everybody to be speaking the same thing, thinking the same way, and I just think that's a really, really, really dangerous space to be in. But it fits their anti-immigration rhetoric, because for Farage and this image he's trying to create of the UK, everyone is an English speaker from Kent. And that's what allows him to say, we're getting foreign languages on our... Again, it's the Tories as well, that Nick Timothy. We're getting foreign languages on our envelopes. How can you walk through...
Nice one, Omaha. That's good to hear. Yeah, that's another reason that we have to keep the ECHR, because it protects our languages, including Gaelic and Scots and Broad Scots. And I will say again, if he comes after Scots, you'll have me to deal with. And Nigel, trust me, you didn't want that. Don't give me a sword, anyone. I joke. I jest. No violence, please. Thank you. Seriously, didn't he come after the languages, you dickhead? Fucking hell. But they will be doing this, obviously, because reform. They're all fat strikes, essentially, so, I don't know. Oh yeah, what it covers is genuinely quite broad and quite amazing. And if they get rid of that, we're basically all fucked. Shut up, Manfrog. Get wrecked. Yeah, it was more than just the Celtic languages it protected. It protects identity, ways of living, social policies around what happens in the country, and in communities and stuff like that. It protects so fucking much. It protects us against slavery. So if they get rid of that, they can make us all slaves again. Get wrecked. You're not making me a slave. All bets are... Everything's off the table at that point. We're just... No. Don't test me, Nigel. Fucking don't. They are indeed, Comrie. Remigrate the English. Technically, English has been the English, the people, not the language. The English have existed for slightly less than. Oh, hang on. Try and 900. Late 800s maybe. Scotland's older, by the way. Gaelic is older than English. Quite a lot of languages are older than English. That's why we keep on saying English is a garbage language, because it just fucking whole scale nicks parts of different languages and stuff. At its base, English is Germanic. Because it was spoken by the Angles, who are basically from Germany. That area. Yeah, I noticed that. Was that you or Specs that posted that? The vast majority of immigrants coming into Wales, English. Like there's a portion of people who move up to here who are English. Nothing against them. If they want to live here in Scotland and be mostly decent, I'm fine with that. But some of these bastards are toffs and aristocrats and landed gentry. Yeah, your social privilege. I want to destroy that. Thanks. Need to put my legs up because my knee is dubbed. Oh, that's better. That's giving my knee the support it needs because it do be fucked. Shall we continue?
Piccadilly Circus or whatever, and there's signs in languages that aren't English. This is crazy. It's like, what? But you go abroad all the time. There's always signs in languages that aren't that are English and other things. It's just so normal. Why are you getting annoyed about signs? Like, I just think it is an attack on minority languages and on smaller just cultures.
Definitely. I mean, it's obvious from Reform that they want to shut down Scotland's powers to a degree, and they also will apply that to our culture and our heritage. I'm sure of it. And because we've seen this with the right wing for many decades, I think these are people who want to turn the clock back and go back to a time when kids were being punished by their teachers, physically punished by their teachers for speaking in Scots or in Gaelic in schools. That is when they talk about the idea. They don't really say it.
Either the bell or the cane or in a pinch, a ruler. Literally for speaking either Gaelic or Scots, broad Scots or Scots. Literally the belt across the knuckles or on the buttocks. Up until my mum was in school, they got corporal punishment in schools. I got a ruler across my knuckles by my primary one teacher for writing with my left hand, because that is verboten. I'm not allowed to do that, apparently. My primary one teacher was a particular type of woman. I fucking hated her. And doing that to basically a toddler, in my opinion. My mum went mental. Oh, come on, Brythonic. Rejoice comrades, Reza Lindsay. Hi, Reza. Brythonic is the de jure language of these isles. You are correct, Comrie. Yeah. The guy is correct. The legislation to actually nationalise our water quoted parts of the ECHR. Because water is a human need. So is shelter, so is food, so is oxygen. But I'd like to see them try to privatise breathing. We are not living in Total Recall. The Arnie one. Bloody hell. No, my mum made sure that me and my two sisters literally knew what it was like back in her day, because it had changed. And when she found out, when I said to her at the end of the school year after I'd finished doing primary 1, I said I came home crying with tears streaming down my face. So I walked from my primary school to my home, which was about, for like a 5-year-old at the time, 10-15 minutes. 10 minutes? About 10 minutes. Just straight along the road, essentially. And I came in through the door, the tears streaming down my face, and my mum came out of the kitchen and looked at me and said, "What's wrong? Did you fall or something? Are you sore?" And I explained to her, Miss Muller took the ruler to me. She's been doing it all year because I've been writing with my left hand. And my mum literally took me by my hand, my right hand, and marched me back. "Put your bag down. I'm going to speak to your headmaster." And we went straight back up to the school. The walk didn't take the 10 minutes it usually took. My mum done it in like 3 minutes, basically dragging me. "Right, let's get this dealt with, shall we?" She just literally barreled past the secretary. What? You can't go in. My mum's name. And she literally opened the door and saw my headmaster sitting there and explained that, just look at my daughter. Your teacher has been using the ruler on my daughter for writing with her left hand. And his face just dropped. Just, oh, not this again. Okay, let's go and talk to her. She's still in the class. Like, this all happened within the space of 15 minutes. Me going to walking, saying to mum, and going back up and just getting dealt with. And I found out during the entire experience that she was leaving school. She was stepping down. She wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. So what, just using me as a final hurrah for how she used to educate children? I'm glad she retired. Oh yeah, don't go up against my mum. Just don't. Gozing, I don't want to deny it's yeah. Begin. Oh no, my mum's a force of nature. Very, very protective of her 3 girls. Even to this day. Even though she's in her 70s now.
That much, but it's the same Trump idea of like, make America great again, make Britain great again. They want to go back in time. I don't know if you see like the old Facebook groups they've got, and Twitter pages, which will be like pictures.
Where is it? Is it in... Oh no, it's posted in mine, isn't it? Where is it? It's in general. I think it might be in general. Let's see if I can find this. Do. It's good, I fucking love that. Thanks, Chester. Where is it? I think it should be in here. Where is John's hat? Give me John's hat. I demand John's hat. There it's there. Bring it. Open browser. John's hat. I like that. I want one. Who's with me? Promote this hat, everyone. It is funny and accurate. Thanks, John. Next, you have to post a photo of you wearing it in the Discord, if you're here. The obsession is mental, isn't it? Because obsession, of course, what it is. What a glorious hat. The correct red hat to wear.
Of Britain in the 50s and the 60s, oh, how much better it was and everything. That is what they're talking about. They're talking about marginalizing kids for speaking their own language. They would love that. I'm sure they'd love to bring back giving kids the bell in schools as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does echo what happens in the US a lot, doesn't it? And we spoke a couple of weeks ago about Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl and the backlash against like the kind of Make America Great Again crowd to that. As they're all saying, well, he's speaking Spanish. We're American, we speak English, actually. It's like, for
it's funny, isn't it, Reza?
Like so dismissive of so many millions and millions and millions of Americans that speak Spanish as a first language, let alone him being from Puerto Rico, which has like all this stuff. I do think there's echoes of it because they're basically the same style of politician, like Trump and Farage. They're happy to. I was going to use a.
Like I said, Super Happy had corporal punishment as well because he's 9 years older than me, essentially. So they still had corporal punishment when he was in primary and secondary school. It changed when he was in third year, I think. Sounds about right. So he was in third year and I was in primary 1 when they got rid of it. Ostensibly, they said they got rid of it. But there were still teachers throughout the land who were still using corporal punishment. And what should have happened to them, that is assault, should have been locked up for it. Not that I'm salty about my primary 1 teacher, of course. Right, what happened after that, if we misbehaved, we got put behind the piano. Because three of the classrooms in my primary school had pianos in them. Yeah. I asked my primary 6 teacher that. I said, why is there pianos in some of the classrooms? Because when this was built, quite a lot of the teachers were basically Protestants and they'd done hymns, and some of them could actually play the piano. I remember one of my colleagues who used to work here before he retired. He played the piano. He was very devout. He didn't force it on his students, but yes, he was a devout Protestant and a good pianist. So my primary 6 teacher was called Mrs. McLean. My geography teacher and music, it was weird, he had done geography and music, was her husband. He was awesome. He was the one that suggested I learn to play the drums. Yeah, so he gave me options. Said, what ones do you like the look of? The drums, maybe clarinet, maybe the piano. So I'd done drums and piano for music. It's quite a good wee pianist at times. I don't think I've got the dexterity now to do piano, and I definitely don't have the joys to be a drummer anymore. Oh, Davinia. That's the year I was born, by the way. Yeah, it happens that in certain areas, like Perth is very Protestant, essentially, and John Knox is from Perthshire, by the way. You know. So a lot of my comrades, especially my Catholic comrades, saying that, so where you're from, you don't sound Glaswegian. Well, I was born and brought up in Perth. Knoxian! Fuck off. Knox can go and do one. I'm glad he's dead. Trumpet! Wow. I like trumpet. Like I said, I liked piano and the drums more. I tried the clarinet and I thought it was fairly okay, I guess. But better at the piano and drums. No music. Oh, don't worry, darling.
Word I probably shouldn't use that, but happy to denigrate minorities in order to boost their own political advantage, and like we see it happen all the time.
I hope that backfires on them. You can't go around denigrating people that you want to vote for, that you want them to vote for. What am I trying to say here? Do not denigrate parts of the populace that you want to vote for you. There we go. I fucking got there eventually. So don't go around slagging us off, slagging off our languages, the way we work up here, our different cultural things that happen here. Don't go around denigrating them, because we'll just turn around and say to you, fucking shut it. We've been doing this. We love doing this. This is amazing. We've been doing this for centuries. Get wrecked. I ain't going to vote for you, you bastard. Piss off. But I can't hear music. I've been on and off for 20 years. Oh, comrade, that is fucking awesome. I've helped out in session for a couple of my friends who have bands. Common sense, Katie. Thank you, Andy. Much appreciated. How not to get votes. Basically, tell us you're all numpties. You shouldn't be doing this. You sound mad. Your language is shit. And surprised when we don't vote for you. Might be an idea not to say shit like that. Just an idea. But these reform people can't fucking help themselves, can they? Or they're doing it deliberately because they're scum. Either way,
I think
they can fuck off.
Farage is kind of trapped by the fact that the UK isn't a monoculture, and it does have people whose first language is Welsh or Gaelic or Scots or whatever it might be.
We're not a monoculture. Technically, there is 4 separate countries in this union. And our society and our cultures are all fucking different. Even in Scotland, we've got different little microcosms of communities. Don't go around denigrating people that you want to vote, that you want their votes. It's not a good electoral strategy. And it especially won't work up here with us. Because we are kind of angry and we do kind of get pissed off with certain types of rhetoric. As you can tell when Manfrog came up to... Was he still UKIP then, or was he Brexit? I can't remember if he was UKIP or Brexit Party when he basically got mogged in Edinburgh on Rose Street, which has a lot of pubs and restaurants on it. No violence happened to him. We just basically said to him, "You're a wank. You talk bollocks. You say racist shit." Yeah, correct, Andy. It's brilliant. It is indeed. Well, Welsh choirs, your singing voices are gorgeous. Yeah, it's brilliant. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, considering that Demo was in turn left tonight, fucking hell, I forgot about Cornwall. Sorry, Kernow. I do apologise for getting about yous down there. The country of Kernow? Bring it on. Did you see the AFD outflanked the Lieutenant? Oh, fuck no. I'd post it in the Discord, Reza, would you? And I'll read it later. The secret to girls being good singers. The rain! You're probably onto something there, Comrie.
So when he comes out and he says things like, if you're not speaking English, you're not fitting in with our country, you're not integrating, blah, 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 blah. It sounds great to people.
He can fuck off. Union of Equals, and apparently it's a voluntary union that we're in. Citation needed. Praise be Jenny. She is awesome. Her and her partner. Andy, are they married? No, yeah, they must be married. The Articles of Union. I've read it. I keep on meaning to go and ask Jenny if I can read it on stream. Or maybe it might be easier just to do the videos and give her the credit for doing the videos. Oh, Christ. Oh, if you talk to her, Andy, tell her it took me 4 days to read it. I do be nerdy like that. And every time I came up against something that I fucking yelled at or basically swore at, he turned around, he sits over there on his armchair and looks at me and said, what is it now? And I showed him this bit, this bit here. Alright, did you not know about that bit? No. He says he'll read it eventually. The Articles of Union should be taught in primary or secondary. They are rather dense. Secondary school, I think. Teenagers, essentially. 11 and up. Not aggressive eligibility. Basically for arts, BIA grant pilot scheme. €725 a week for 2,000 applicants. Full scheme this year. Yeah, it's amazing. I didn't know about that, Andy. Thanks for educating me. Much appreciated. The Portuguese main language was French throughout the medieval. That was the court language, yeah. It was the court language up until basically the Hanoverians took over basically the late 17 or early 1800s essentially, but the court language was French. Because English was a common language, it was the language of the poor, the downtrodden, the serfs. So it was frowned upon, it was denigrated and everything. So them actually doing this, saying that English is the superior language, get the fuck, for centuries it was seen as a commoner language. So the upper echelons either used French, which was the court language for many centuries, or they used whatever country they came from, be it like Germany or France or bloody the Nordics or something, or the lowlands. Basically the Danish or Dutch and stuff like that, so they spoke their languages at court. And English was seen as common, not dirt, essentially. That's the way it was treated back then. So them praising it, saying that it's a brilliant language and everyone should be speaking it. Get to fuck. English is garbage. Essentially, satellites is the US, so all this talk, nor how you put it, doesn't give anyone a voice. It's we need to keep London. Yeah, Reza, totally. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
People in Clacton.
Well said.
But it doesn't sound great at all to people in the Western Isles who are like, what does he mean? Like,
or people in Aberdeen who speak Doric every day.
Yeah, wherever. Yeah, literally wherever. And I think that's
Doric mentioned
that's
again.
The kind of clash. His rhetoric is finding now it's hitting reality. People are being like, "Sorry, are you talking about us?" And he has to turn around and be like, "No, not you guys.
Well said, Andy.
Other foreign languages. Which ones? Oh, the ones that the brown people speak is basically what he means.
Basically.
But I think we saw that when he came to Scotland the other week. As I said, election period, everything's just flying. But he'd been down in London, him and Nick Timothy from...
Oh, have I made you a mod over on YouTube, Andy? Your last comment, pin it.
The Tories have been like whipping up a little bit of racial tension, as they want to do, over some prayer event in London. I don't know what it was.
August Square, yeah. It
some
was
prayer event.
Eid prayers in.
Yeah, and they weren't very happy because it was a Muslim prayer event. And that led Farage into this trap where he's like, no, I want to ban this. And people are like, surely not just the Muslim one, though. Oh, no, you ban all of them. All mass public religious observances. And then it's like, okay, orange walks? Suddenly it's not all of them. Well, I imagine, because he never responded. But it's that same trap again and again and again, where he works in absolutes.
There's a strain of that saying, that runs through Britain.
What about us? What about our culture? Don't we fit into the UK? And he's like, oh, no, not you guys. And it's because he's constantly not allowed to say what he really means.
Yes.
Which is the racism.
No problem.
All between the lines, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep reading between the lines, and we'll bring you all of the latest on what he's attacking in Scotland next. So,
well, I feel like I'm attacking Gaelic every time I try and pronounce a mountain.
No, it's not your fault.
No, it's hard to pronounce some of them.
It's hard for me to pronounce them as well. I mean.
Okay, let's see what else we can find, because I'm feeling in quite a good mood. And I am going to be doing a minimum of 3 hours each night. Like every time that I go live, not necessarily each night. Don't worry about it, Andy, honestly. That gets the self-appeal under the guise of reason, but also fading out. Correct, Reza, yeah. Correct, Comrie. That's why I have an interest in history. Like that, how as the old adage goes, those who do not heed history are doomed to repeat it. Seems to be some repeating happening, doesn't there? Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you, Comrie. Thank you. I'm open to suggestions for me to react to anything, everyone. Feel free to post the links or anything. Oh, hydrate. I will indeed hydrate. Thank you, my dear. You bastard, stop seizing up. I'm going to just lop you off, which will be interesting because it's a knee. Yeah, no, it's still, look at it. There, it's there. Hee. You want to see what Owen's up to? Hey, I'll see what Owen's been doing. Our lovely little 41-year-old twink, apparently. Owen Jones. Originally from Stoke, and he was, I don't know what podcast that was, fucking hell. He described himself, oh God, it was Captain Sensible. He described himself as a plastic mank. It's fucking amazing. Oh my God, he's spoken to Giannis yet again. Who'd have thunk it? Let's just go to videos, let's see what he's been doing. Right, Trump can't recover from this, about 9 hours ago, Giannis. Western leaders can't sleep, panic is spreading. And Best Journalist in Cymru, they just released a new episode, Why I'm Up Late, where they interview MSs in the Senate. Oh! 4 whales, sea whales. Fuck it. Poor whales. Sea whales. Comedy, help. Poor whales. Sea whales. Come here, beef. Come here, boys. Oh, it's over an hour. Leaky labour. That needs to get dealt with. Is it? Christ, it's 2 hours old. Christ. Right, Yeah, I've put under any ones that I borrow. Like I done the one where they were talking to Swinney. I said, Scottish woman here, Scottish Green Party member. I've borrowed this, I've put it on my live stream. I credit where credit is due. And it's always good to hear John Swinney. Fuck it. This one could be quite good. Yeah, don't see Wales, but yeah. Bring it. So that should take us to roughly 4
Hello
hours.
and welcome to 4 Wales, Sea Wales with me, Robin Morgan.
Me, Malone.
Me, Will Hayward.
Good grief, we've started quite hot, haven't we?
We've all got a vibe on today,
Yeah.
and we're just ready to go.
You heated us up.
Yeah, I think I've had 2 compliments about the jumper in my reform blue jumper.
It
and,
is nice.
You know,
Yeah.
I can't tell you which way I'm voting, but maybe.
Yeah.
I'm subtly dressing that way.
Oh my God, like next week, like wear a hat. There should be like a
Make
hint.
America great again.
Okay.
No problem, Omaha. Always a pleasure. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds, if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And watch for the inevitable implosion of both the Tories and Labour. Ha 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 ha. I will laugh in Scottish when that happens, especially if Jackie Baillie loses her seat. Fucking, I'm praying for it. I want shot of that woman with every fibre of my being. Nozda.
Yeah. And that's for the Greens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all trying to hint.
Yeah.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be fun to all try and guess who the other one's voting for? Probably won't do that on the podcast.
On
actually.
3, 1, 2, no.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. More damaging for Will than anybody.
If you could have any policy, like actual policy,
Yeah.
what would you have?
What a wonderful experience this was, because it feels like I'm on a first date with you.
Oh, Cloven
Feels like you bring your A game
Yeah.
to the...
I will
This is what we were talking
broad
about on the
squats.
first day as well.
Would, be any policy. What
What would you be?
Give me an example of what you're talking about.
Is Labour's vote still cratering down in Cymru, my friend? You love to see it. You do. There's certain ones that we need to get rid of. We're losing some of the best Scottish Labour ones. 2 of them are leaving. I will miss them desperately, and we're losing a couple of basically ineffectual ones up here who are on the Glasgow list, the ones who are MSPs for me, essentially. So that's Pauline McNeill and Pam Duncan-Glancy. They're stepping away from politics for reasons. Celtic chorus of laughs intensify. It will be fun to see. I will literally, I shit you not, I will dance a jig every time a Labour MSP loses their seat. Just bring it on. It will give me energy going through the count. So your last will be live Thursday the 7th of May. Watching the constituency counts. Basically trying to end myself. But fuck it. I stay up anyway for the vote. For the count. So why not go live and get money for it? And obviously educate the people and explain who the people are. And the policies of the parties. Which will mostly be dog shit. Who'd have thunk it? Unionist horrible parties being horrible. Never been known. Left with the tricks.
Well, if there was something you could introduce, but whatever the next politician does, this is something they would the next person leading the country could do, and they had to do this one thing. What would you make them do?
That is a good question. That is a good first date question as well, actually.
I should clarify, I've prepped my colleagues in no way for this.
I was going to say, this is straight off the bat, no warning.
Okay, I have a serious answer and a fun answer. Which one would you prefer first? The serious answer? Serious answer, bring back hanging. Fun answer, I think we should... No, my fun answer is bring back hanging. My serious answer is, I think there should be a rollout across Wales, just for a year, of universal basic income. Just for a year.
Okay.
See how it goes. You know? But we're going to fucking do it, and it's going to be for everybody. And if it all goes to shit, hanging.
Although, if you introduce a lot of hanging, it makes universal basic income a lot cheaper.
Yeah, well, because lower population.
Yeah.
Interesting. Mine would, and I haven't thought of this.
You've already got a lower population. Please don't bring back hanging, I beg of yous. Marina Bjorth and Swinney have already agreed that, bring it. Rune Ap Yorith. If I've butchered that, I do apologise to the leader of Plaid Cymru. Rune Ap Yorith. Is that correct? Tory policy, have you tried killing the poor? They gave it a damn good try, didn't they? Oddly enough, it made us resent them for some reason. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, don't try to kill us, please. We have a tendency of basically not voting for you. Like Racewalls of Glasgow used to vote Tory in the 40s and 50s. The more deprived areas, working class areas, most of the north and parts of the west, so Annie's Land up across and up to where I currently live, we were Labour. Like this, the minute Labour actually got started as a political party, this seat for Westminster voted Labour. You didn't count the vote you weighed, it's sort of nonsense. Rune Ap Yorith. Oh God, Rune Ap Yorith. it's funny for us Scots pronouncing some Welsh words because, as you can tell, we have a tendency to roll our R's. Like recognition and reorganise. Or rightoid. I don't know why that is. I might actually need to check that and find a video about it, or do some research to why we roll our R's. Linguistic way of doing it. It's just the way we talk. I do love rolling my R's. It is lovely. Thank you. Just elongate them. Thank you. We elongate letters more than we elongate the words themselves. Which is basically still elongating them, essentially. Hence, rolled R's.
Specifics of this. In terms of free childcare, up to a certain age, more or less for every parent. There's so many friends of mine that I have who are at that position. I mean, I'm sure you know this, where it's cheaper for them to stay home than go back to work. So with absolutely no math having been mathed, if there was a way to make it easier for both parents to go back to the workplace.
Evidence is that childcare is one of the most cost-effective things you can do in terms of benefiting society.
Yeah, that's another one I don't fucking get. If they want people to go back and to be economic actors and all that fucking bollocks, basically saying you have to go back to work, even though you've basically just given birth. Obviously, you have time with your newborn, your baby. But I would hope for at least 18 months. That's the way I would have done it if I became a mother. Oh, sweet. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It makes more economic sense to give either free or reduced childcare to get the parents back into work. I wouldn't. You shouldn't need to do that. I'd want universal basic services, so free at the point of use for lots of different things. Energy, health, education. We're copying your homework and trying to do a several play from the... Yeah, you are copying our homework. Carry on, feel free. The Greens are wanting it expanded up here, which is good, because Gillian Mackay, who is one of the co-leaders, she is literally she's got a newborn. She just gave birth a few months ago. So yeah, I can see why she's advocating for more childcare. Who'd have thunk it, a mother wanting more childcare provided by the state? You're welcome. That's because people like me exist. Pushing from the left. Come over to our side. We've got brilliant policies. It is rather awesome. We're winning the argument in some areas. We're not making a punch through, a breakthrough in certain other areas. Basically posh areas.
I'm an alright person, you know.
Why did you praise Mel's one and not my one about hanging and paying people money?
I didn't necessarily want to endorse the hanging one because...
It is a bit woke, isn't it?
We've said this. Woke will.
Yeah, woke will.
It's the Trump-esque insult that is going to stick.
Yeah.
You know?
Woke will.
And I didn't endorse your universal basic income because I want to talk about universal basic income as a concept on another podcast.
Really?
Ooh. And also...
Very in sync. Very in sync.
We are in an NSYNC tribute act.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Backstreet. I was literally about to sing Backstreet's Back. What's the NSYNC one? Bye, bye, bye.
NSYNC back. Bye, bye.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What would be our boy band? Incel sync.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like it. Incel, soft cell. Yeah, I think so. Well, what would your policy be?
I don't have any. I think everything's working really well.
Oh, do you? Interesting.
Interesting.
Do you want to talk about
Howard.
politics?
Yes.
We were.
Okay, so we are going to talk about reform in a second, but I wanted to talk about, are they the opposite of reform? I'll say opposite-ish of reform. Your party. Remember them?
Yes.
Oh, Corbs.
The Jeremy Corbyn
Zara
party.
Sultana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Corbyn is officially leader now, isn't he? Because they've had a big old vote. And they love voting.
It's funny you say that. So we decided to ask them if they would be running in the Senate elections. We got a response which is possibly the most your party thing
Okay, great.
I've ever had. So we went to a spokesperson who replied to us, we are still in the process of deciding about standing your party candidates in the Senate elections. There are 3 levels of committees to agree on things and a bit less than a month left. So I don't think we'll know until the start of April. However, we're definitely supporting community independent Beth Winter for Pontypridd, Cunnan, Merthyr, and we might decide to back other independents whose values align with ours and have the backing of their local branches. The thing that I thought was very your party is that there's 3 levels of committee
Thank you,
to agree
Conor.
this.
I haven't.
The Scottish contingent up here wanted to field candidates in certain areas, including the one I live in, oddly enough, because very deprived, very deprived, mostly left wing, basically looking after the, you know what left wing policies are, fuck it. But no, they didn't. They were blocked at one of the committee levels. Thanks, Corbyn. How are you coping, Ellie? You are literally guaranteed to be a list MSP for the Scottish Greens. That was going to happen. You were on track to be put on the list for the Scottish Greens for Holyrood. But you saw that your party is the only true left-wing way to independence. No. I've been part of the Scottish Greens for nearly 3 years now. And if people like me are in the Scottish Greens, a known eco-socialist and Marxist, don't get me, I've said that to the people during conferences and stuff like that, either online or in person at conference. So what made you join, Katie? Pissed off with Labour? I don't know. Well, I vote SNP, mostly. At the last council elections, I did vote Green. What ward are you in? I'm in this ward. You helped the blah 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 get voted in. You're welcome. Nice one. I like that. So, maybe in the future, I was thinking of actually trying to run to become a councillor in the next council elections, which is next May. We will see. I don't know when the next one will be after that. We'll see how my health is and stuff. I might be able to be a counsellor, and it won't affect my benefits too much. You get nominal wages essentially, and it doesn't breach how much you can earn when you're on adult disability payment. Don't get me wrong. The workload you have to do as a counsellor might be a lot, might be slightly more than what I do for my research, for my stream, for my channel and stuff. But I should be able to cope. Watch this space, everyone. Yeah, it does sound English. I did making him official Welshman. Sweet. Is Will good? Well, I like Will. I recognise the name. I've probably seen him in other things over the years.
I've been keeping tabs on them on a national level because I only give a shit about Wales, really. But, like, so far, giving irrelevant.
Yeah.
Am I accurate? I could be wrong.
No, I think they were sort of. It got very, very spiky, didn't it? And
Yeah.
then there was constant. There was, registering the website. There was taking sort of membership money and things, and then
Zara Sultana, Jeremy Corbyn split.
yeah, and they've got. I think Corbyn's supporters are called the many. I think that's how
That
they
was the
describe
idea
themselves.
for one of the names as well, wasn't it?
Yes, so they've got sort of like their own sort of like
As in for the many, not the
supporters'
few?
names. Yeah, I think so. The few responds to the amount of MPs that they've got.
Yeah, sure.
But now I think Corbyn's supporters have taken hold over it, so it's definitely like the Corbyn party now.
I mean, they need somewhere to go, right?
They need somewhere to go. I think
UK Labour's not there for them, really.
they're
is
not
it?
Labour, and I wonder whether the Greens' sort of surge in support maybe isn't for them.
Who would be most threatened by your party in Wales? Who in Wales is standing going, they're going to be a right old pain in the backside?
Ultimately, I think if your party were to stand, it would be an issue for any party of the centre-left.
Okay.
Centre or left.
And you think that would be an issue for
I
them?
don't think it would be an issue.
Maybe Plaid? Possibly Labour? The Tories are irrelevant now, mostly across the four nations. Well, there isn't what we call the Conservative and Unionist Party in Northern Ireland, the DUP. There's Unionist parties in Northern Ireland that basically are their version of the Tories. But for it's a Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party up here, or the Conservative and Unionist Party down in England. Ah, he has books. Cool. Oh God, I can't even bring it up. I will get you a link to my Discord, Comrie. And you can come there and you can post, there's a Philosophy in Books channel, and you can post those books and you can write a brief description of basically what they're about. The main person that posts in there is my resident philosopher, Scribby. Scribby, are you here? I love my Scribby. He is awesome. He is also a drummer. Ha ha ha. Drummers will eventually take over the world. Mark my words.
In terms of they'd take any seats. I don't think your party would get any seats if they ran across the whole of Wales at this point, because I don't see them getting 10% in any particular area. I think probably the best chance is the aforementioned Beth Winter, who has quite a strong local presence in Cunnan. But I think whoever gets that last seat in each area, that sixth seat, a lot of that time it's a battle between the Greens and Reform. So Plaid have kind of got a lot of their seats kind of baked in based on the current polling. They could also be competing for the sixth seat, but the Greens against Reform is a big one, not in terms of competing for the same votes, but whoever gets enough to get that sixth one. And if you had your party there, they could potentially erode that Green vote. It's almost like...
Well, you do realise that both look like drummers and bassists. We have to work together to actually make the lead guitarist and the singer sound better. Or at least give them the singer a better backing track or sort of bass line to base themselves off of. So without drummers and bassists, anyway, don't get me wrong, there's bands that use session drummers and they're mostly just guitarists and vocalists. But proper bands have drums and bass and possibly a lead or rhythm and a singer who sometimes is the lead or rhythm. Yeah, I've noticed that. Specs was explaining it to me. I get it, but yeah, the polls are looking good. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, this is the first real test essentially. Our one's been baked in from the beginning. Essentially, our additional member system, so we know how it works. And if we feel like it, we can fucking break it yet again. We've already done it twice in the past. So the way they set it up, no party was meant to get overall control, so it would be more like coalition based essentially. So we all have to be collegiate and work together to make things better for Scotland. Yeah, that didn't really work. So Scottish people got fucking pissed off, and we figured out how to basically break that electoral system that we got given, and some of the news reports from back in the day when that happened, when the SNP got their first majority. Said, but that's not allowed. That shouldn't have happened the way we set it up. Yeah, we know how you fucking set it up, you unionist bastards. And if you piss us off enough, we'll do it again. Fucking will. So we know how the system works. Yours is new. I hope it works. I really do. And it looks like it's looking like it is going to work. Based. Bring it. Yeah, we're old hands at this one now. We've had a good few Holyrood elections, so we know what to do. It's just the level of voter apathy that gets to me. Turnout is usually quite crap. Not like the rest is dressing. Correct. Other ones during this month, the size of our plan we wouldn't justify expanding the limit. Correct, yeah. But the close list system and goodness, yeah, please open. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't give you the same one that we've got. Maybe they based it on the size of the population and how diverse sometimes our vote can be up here. I'd want you to have our same voting system. It is marginally better. It is. Don't get me wrong. I'd want ranked choicing anyway. First past the post is fucking garbage. First past the post needs fucking binned. Please get rid of first past the post. But none of the Westminster parties are going to fucking do that. How do you think they maintain the fucking power? So a lot of people in a lot of the regions and the countries of this union, we are fucking fed up with first past the post because it sucks. Please just fucking get rid of it. UK Labour told Wales to go against just. Yeah, I heard about that. Looks like Ellen is going to lose, isn't she? Ah. Again, Specs has been educating me about the Baroness. She'll just go to the other place if she loses. It will burst, Reza. It fucking will. There's only so much that the people of this country can fucking take, and we're getting kind of pissed off recently. Again. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, didn't piss off the British people. We're liable to vote you all out. Vote someone better in. Warning. Just saying Labour, Tory and Reform, and possibly the Lib Dems. They're on track to get between 6 and 8 MSPs. Oh, poor Lib Dems. The Tories down to between 8 and 12. Labour down to 11. Ah. Reform on 18. No, just no. And the Greens, Scottish Greens on 18 as well. And the SNP get hoovering up basically 63 of the constituencies. So damn close to a majority. We need 64 for overall control. We'll see how the campaigning goes. They might actually get a majority of the constituencies, and I will dance the jig. England has not sought to devolve its own government. Yeah. You have a theory. Why? Please explain to the classroom, Reza. We are all ears. Which belittles our country's going. Yeah, it does belittle us. But we are natives. We are but colonies, and we get treated as such. Sometimes we rebel and we vote you out. Or literally rebel. Jacobites, anyone? But yes. Yeah, just didn't piss us off. We're liable just to say, no, fuck yous, I'm voting you out. Be gone. Vanish. Exit, stage left. Waits on edge of chair. Yeah. Play.
The Greens are riding the wave that your party wanted.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
Because your party were the people saying, Keir Starmer, he's Tory light, all this sort of stuff, putting this messaging forward. And I think actually
Tory light?
Jack Polanski has
No, Tory.
ridden that wave
Tory.
better than they have. And part of that is down to messaging, but a big part of it, I think, is actually also down to organisation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, your party had so many members sign up for it, and that was a big part of it, wasn't it? It's sort of like look at this movement, this sort of swell of support that we've got, and then the infighting started. That tends to happen when certain people involved
In the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think so. Whereas Polanski, it seems like a slick operation, an oil slick operation. It feels like they're doing well.
Greased.
I think the thing with the Greens is, although they're not a large, well, they weren't a large party, they were an established party. And I think as well with the Greens, like a lot of people who will have gone from Labour to your party will have seen themselves as, naturally wanting to be in government, whereas the Greens, for a long time, that hasn't been a realistic aim, and now it kind of suddenly is. So I think a lot of people within the Greens at the moment are just enjoying the ride as it goes along at the moment, whereas in your party it was maybe different. I think so. That thing about the 3 levels of committees, I'm always kind of loath to criticise parties for having like democratic structures, because you want, in an ideal world, political parties to be expressions of large groups of people, but there is that caricature of a certain side of politics just loving the committee. It's very a bit Judean People's Front, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and there has to be a point where things actually get done, right? Because if you committee the shit out of something, it's just not, well, I mean, look at the Welsh Government.
Shall we talk about a man who does not have the problem about having too many committees within his party?
Go on.
Absolutely.
Would either of you ever do Cameo?
No. Who would want a cameo with me?
He's
Oh my God, Reza. You are correct. Round of applause for Reza, everyone. Round of applause. It does fucking excuse me. It does terrify them, doesn't it? I never actually thought of it like that. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Comrie Reza is fucking amazing, by the way. I've had many a fascinating and brilliant conversation with Reza in the past during all my streams. Reza, I love you. You're amazing. And very good friend of mine's now, thanks. Anytime you're up in Scotland, feel free to come and say hi. You can DM me. Or say on the chat, I'm visiting, I'm coming up. And I'll come and meet you. We can go for a coffee if you want. Or a pint if you wish. Or lunch somewhere.
going to say something.
I am going to say something, if that's allowed, Will. I don't think I ever would. The comedian Rhys James was on Cameo for a while, and for a while he was the most expensive person on Cameo. I think it was £10,000 per cameo, because he didn't ever want to do one, but he thought eventually if one person chooses him as a joke, then basically he's like done 100,000 versions of how much he probably would do it for. So I think that's a very funny way of doing it. I wouldn't do it. Obviously, some people have been. James Buckley, In-Betweeners, first person to earn £1 million from it.
Yeah, it's
a Jay from the In-Betweeners.
Yeah. It's a business model at the end of the day. Like, some people want them. Like, a friend of mine is a performer, and she does cameos. And, some of them I think she really struggles with, because, like, for Christmas, for instance, some people's Christmas presents to their loved ones was a video from her, for instance. And there was one that was like, can you do one to my daughter? By the way, her boyfriend died in a car accident this year. So if you could just do one, like a little motivational one for her, that would be great. And my friend was like, how? How am I meant to address this in a 30-second... What do you mean? And, like, the thought of them all sat around the Christmas tree on Christmas morning watching her. Like, it's so bizarre, isn't it?
I think you need to cut off any sort of, like, morality to it. I mean,
like
when I saw Greg Wallace happily advertising Mother's Day ones and Valentine's Day ones this year...
I mean, it would be funny, though. If your wife got you a Greg Wallace cameo for Valentine's, wouldn't that be hilarious?
I would love that. I'd play it constantly on loop.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I mean, he wouldn't think it's ironic at all.
No.
No, but it is.
And it wouldn't be.
No.
Big fan.
Yeah, big fan. You don't like women of a certain age, do you?
No.
No.
But I'll never say what age that is.
So for people who don't know, Cameo is a website where celebrities can...
Celebrity's a big word for some of the people on Cameo.
Where certain human beings can put themselves and you can request a video message from them for a birthday, for a wedding, and they will tailor it to your specifications.
You put a little request in there, and then how much, and then you can charge varying degrees of how much it is. I believe Farage's were around the £75 mark.
Yeah, I think it's 75 to 100, was it?
A little bit more if you... And he would do 24-hour turnaround as well. You had to pay a little bit more, but he would get it back to you within 24 hours.
I have so many questions because that's quite cheap.
Red Razor.
It is cheap, isn't
Do
it?
you know what I mean? For somebody as popular as he is, that's cheap.
Well, he's made, I think since he's...
£350,000.
£350,000 is how much he's earned over the years, over the last 5 years or so of being on there.
Doesn't he make bank? Like, Homeboy does not need the cash.
I mean...
Is this for ego?
I think he does need the cash. I think surely he does. I think that his girlfriend had to buy his house, right? The house that they live in Clacton. I think there's your feminism fell out of the window. There.
Is Man Frog skint? Wouldn't surprise me. But, right. He was a commodities trader. By the way, basically dealing with metal extract metals, essentially rare earth metals that you need to make electronics, essentially. So he was a commodities trader before he became the fucking politician wanker. Mind you, he was probably a wanker when he was a commodities trader, obviously, because the man's a fucking Thatcherite. Frog up. Ugh. Ugh. And people are going to go, well, if anyone can have power and be in everyone, why can't we? The routine can... Correct, Razor. Yes.
I mean,
I would suspect that how much money you need is basically depends upon the person, and some people have an insurmountable desire.
And we'll just kind of
Nigel Farage did a cameo for someone which The Guardian first reported last week, and he was talking about the Welsh language. And I will show you the first one now. And then we will look at some other attempts that he did on it. So,
gutted I couldn't attend the wedding. I wanted to come, but I heard that half the guests were Welsh, and I don't know. Who knows what would have happened with all those foreign speakers there? I don't know. Anyway, Sam, I hope Toby will make you very happy, as I know you will him.
Do you think Sam was a man, or Sam was a woman? Sam and Toby?
Well, I assumed man.
Yeah, I assumed
man.
There's two dudes.
But hey, love's love.
Love is love, despite the Welsh bigotry.
Yeah, despite that.
Bigots can be gay as well, Mel.
They can.
Is it a big deal? Is it
Gays
a
and
big
straight
deal?
Spaces.
He'll argue he was joking. Is it a problem?
Well, I think it's an example of the kind of thing that he's willing to say for money. I think when you look at all the other things he did, he sort of spouted some neo-Nazi rhetoric. He sort of suggested sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory stuff on different ones. I think he referred to Alexandra Cortez's AOC's breasts in another one as well. He was quite happy to sort of say a whole range of things for money. And I watched this... I'm going to say a horrible sentence here. I watched a 30-minute TikTok on this last week. Gross. That the guy, but it's all about interviewing the Guardian journalist who part of the investigative team. And he ended it by basically saying, it shows what he does, it shows what he'll say for money, so what will he say for power? And I think that was a really sort of like interesting takeaway on this. My favourite bit of this whole story, though, is how many he's done and the dates of when he did them as well. So he did some on election night, he did some 5 a.m. election morning. So like before he was an elected MP, I don't think it's much of an issue. I think once you become an MP, my hot take is pay MPs more, stop them getting extra money, because then it starts to take out like
I will say this, that's actually quite a good policy. That's what Singapore do. They pay their politicians fucking a fuck ton of money, so they're not allowed to do lobby. The lobbying doesn't happen in Singapore. They've just done one recently in the last couple of years where he was taking bribes from like a builder or something to do build. I can't remember what it was built. It was probably housing or something. And he got done for it and he's got locked up for it essentially. So they pay the Singaporean politicians lots of fucking money, and they don't do. There's no lobbying essentially. It's basically outlawed for all intents and purposes. So they pay their politicians lots, and I can see the efficacy in doing that. I do. I can see it, but our politicians are fucking dog shit. I wouldn't want them to get paid more money. I can see them doing this and still being utter garbage. It has worked in Singapore because it was basically done by a sort of very right-wing leaning party in Singapore. So they could get through all their legislation and stuff, so they just paid their politicians lots and lots of fucking money to do the legislation that they wanted to do. Right, fair enough, that a right-wing party done this, but you have to remember Singapore capitalist. Very, very capitalist. I can see the efficacy of it, I can, but our current breed of politician, most of them are fucking horrible bastards. And some of them really don't deserve extra money, extra pay for the job they do. I get it, extra security concerns, blah blah blah. I understand that. There do be horrible mad bastards who want to unalive politicians, to use that phrasing. Some of them don't deserve to be paid more. They really fucking don't, Man Frog included. And the other reform bastards down in Westminster. It might work if we have a better kind of politician. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening for the most part, especially in certain parties. Just don't. Everybody, hopefully over my dead body. Oh yeah, their ineptitude is getting catalogued. To check out Political Custard, and you can pick all there's 10 councils that Reform are in overall control of, and some of the lead one that you need to look at is Kent County Council. Holy fuck, what a shit show. In some regards, it's already a circus, Reza, at least in my estimations, but that's just my opinion. Feel free to adopt my opinion if you wish.
Different sort of means and
it dilutes what they're providing for their constituents.
So, but I think he's still been doing it since becoming an MP. He did this is before an MP, but he did 4 on the morning of the Queen's funeral, which I don't think is an issue. He's wearing black like black suit, black tie. One of them was for a stag do. He did a video dressed in his respectful Queen attire, like pour one out for her, Gaza, that sort of thing. He didn't say that.
But that was the vibe, right?
But I think it shows what he'll say. He doesn't give a shit about these things. I mean,
he set up the RA in one, didn't he?
Yeah. But that's the thing. And he got caught out for fucking up at that point. And I think he said, like I made a mistake. I wasn't aware of it. There's a great video of this Irish journalist basically saying, like, sort your life out, basically in this interview. But he's continued to do it. It's obviously a huge money making thing for him. And I think I think there are examples of him sort of taking certain bits out, but he obviously doesn't check. He's just doing it for a cash grab.
I want your thoughts, Mel, but I want to show you before.
Oh yeah, they got all the outtakes as well, didn't they?
Yeah. So this was his other attempt.
Toby and Sam, Nigel Farage here. Gutted I couldn't attend the wedding today. I really wanted to come, but when I heard half the guests were Welsh, I thought, no, that's too much. I might get mobbed. Who knows what would happen? Anyway, Sam, I hope Toby will make you very happy, as I know you do for him. He was talking about you non-stop on the stag do, which was a brilliant weekend. By the way, Joe, how's the leg? I hope it's healing. Anyway, Toby, Sam, happy... Toby and Sam, Nigel Farage here. Gutted I couldn't attend the wedding. I wanted to come, but I heard that half the guests were Welsh, and I don't know. Who knows what would have happened with all those foreign speakers there? I don't know. Anyway, Sam, I hope Toby will make you very happy, as I know you will him.
Do you want to see one where he made an outtake and he shouted the word, "See you next Tuesday"?
Yeah.
Yeah. How have we got the outtakes?
I think the journalist realised that you could basically change source codes within like all the prompts and stuff and figure it out there.
Oh,
fucking good. Okay, watch this.
I mean,
we've all tried to record content and then phone's gone off or something.
yeah, I think it's. I think it shows his true colours,
Great,
right? It shows the aggression, because I think he has been getting a bit tetchy the last sort of couple of months. As soon as like sort of shouting at journalists, female journalists in particular, sort of.
Let's park the fact that the thing is literally crumbling into the Thames at the minute. Has been for many years at this point. They physically can't fit all the piers into the other place. They can't, because there's too many of the fucking bastards. You can't get all of them into the chamber. So like for certain legislation, certain things, they get cycled out and stuff. They obviously there's experts in sort of different areas, social policy, things like lots of different policy areas and stuff. So people who have no connection or don't have any speciality for the type of legislation that's coming through, they say, right, I'm finished now, I'll leave, so this tranche of peers can come in and debate and talk about whatever legislation is going through the place. Physically impossible to get them all into the fucking chamber. Right, bring the other bit back in. That building is physically falling down. Parts of it are nearly 1,000 years old. No. John Johnson done nothing wrong. Told you, Kev, I'd nick it, and I've said it a few times on my stream now. You know, they try to build a modern building or have a... Yeah. It's like they're trying to concentrate the power, isn't it, Reza? Yeah. Yes. Oh, poor wee comrade, poor wee dude, Mark Francois. You can see him sometimes, quite a good few times actually, sitting on the chair, on the little steps between the benches, because there's all the seats are taken up. Poor little comrade Francois, sitting on the chair. What an odious fucking bastard he is.
Getting very, very aggressive.
Got a bit, didn't she?
Yeah. Would you ever do cameos?
I can't imagine there's a person in the world that would pay me to do a cameo.
I think there might be. I suppose you're doing a sort of quite a written cameo in your newsletter.
Yeah, I'll write anything people pay me to.
The vibe is so like, if you take out the context of what he's saying, right, bear with me. It's so boomer that it's almost adorable.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's always like watching my auntie try to use FaceTime. Do you know what I mean? So holding it here, like absolutely as close to the face as possible.
The leather cover is just over here.
Just out. She's got the one finger to press record.
Yeah.
If you take out the bigotry, if we can, adorbs, right? If we reinsert the bigotry, I'm just not shocked. This is the thing, like, if this were anybody else, any other politician, it's the same thing, like, as with Trump. Do you know what I mean? Trump literally said, grab her by the pussy, second term. Do you know what I mean? Because we're not shocked anymore. The guy could literally do anything. Do you know what I mean? So, like, Farage can say, oh, hate foreign speakers. We're not shocked. You know? I mean, foreign to who? That's a big question.
What him? And he is England, right? In his mind, in his supporters.
Yeah.
He is Britain. That is the best of Britain.
So, do you think it kind of underscores?
I wouldn't say he's Britain. I would say he is England. He is English. Even it's not really an English name. Don't get it. It's Farage or Farage or Farage, whatever way you want to pronounce it. That's actually got French roots, that surname. Nigel. Thanks. I have nothing against English people. Some of my best, for all intents and purposes, feel free to yell at me, Reza. Reza's English. I love Reza. I want the best for them. Certain English people are actual scum, and they can fuck off. Yeah, it's the same up here essentially for most of us. For most of us Scots, British equals basically English. Yeah. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? We can literally point that out to him. I remember this was fucking years ago when he was in UKIP, so we're talking over 50, possibly even the best part of like 20 years now. When he was in UKIP. And these British patriots said, "Your surname sounds oddly foreign, Nigel." No, just because I've got a surname that sounds foreign doesn't mean I'm not English. Maybe. But the ancestry is French, but dude. Just saying. And the look on his face, he literally wanted to explode at this woman. Literally blow up in her face. You could start yelling and screaming at her. You could see it in his eyes. Do not trust the bastard. Feel free to laugh at him and tell him to fuck off. That's what I do. I keep on saying to Nigel, please come to Glasgow. I really want to talk to you. Ah. Comrie, you're correct, yeah. I agree with that, yeah. I like Geordie. Yeah, he's a descendant of the Huguenots. For those in the class who do not know, the Huguenots were French Protestants, and they basically some of them got outright murdered by the French state and French Catholic society. So a lot of them escaped. They crossed the Channel and they came over here to England because we were a good Protestant protective country. Well, England. Some of them moved up to Scotland, just a few. But yeah, they escaped. We protect our Huguenot friends. The same with Francois. French ancestry. There you go, Mark. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. We've got a milkshake with your name on it, as long as it's not chocolate, because wasting chocolate milkshake is punishable. Guess what kind of guess what kind of milkshake I like? Mint Aero milkshake is delightful and very Moorish. I could literally drink pints of the stuff. Mint Aero's one of my favourite chocolate bars, by the way, or peppermint Aero. Yeah. I could see that happening in sort of the next sort of 50, 60 years, Reza. So slightly after I've shuffled off this mortal coil. Did I see me surviving 50 years? I'd be 97. Maybe. Time will tell. Exactly.
The challenge that Reform have got in Wales, appearing, because we saw it after they lost in Caerphilly, that sign on the door, that graffiti saying "Now you can F off home." There is that feeling that they are trying to combat that they are not of Wales. And I'm not saying they haven't got lots of Welsh candidates who are from Wales, but it's
Dan Thomas, obviously a proud Welsh man.
Yeah.
That's his. So that's why they've
So do
chosen
I,
him,
Reza.
right?
yeah.
This won't do any damage to them at all. Do you know what I mean? Because anybody who feels sensitive about this wasn't voting for them anyway.
Yes.
And the majority of people who see this and think, oh, what's he like? They probably aren't big on the Welsh language. And I think that, we've talked about this so many times in terms of the cultural divide between those who can and cannot speak it.
No, I think people are entrenched now, right?
Yeah,
I think it'd be very interesting to see what it would take for a Reform supporter at this point to go, well, actually, that's beyond the pale. That crosses the line for me.
That would cross the line.
I always think that with parties like Reform, it's not that a lot of their supporters will suddenly go, we were wrong about them. It's that they drift away. They edge out. They kind of Homer Simpson back into the hedge. They choose a different party, which is more to a particular direction. I had sent to me an email which was sent by Kevin Preston, who is not from Preston, I don't think. He's the chair of Newport and Islwyn Reform Party branch. Now, they have sent out an email to members in that area saying about people going leafleting and campaigning in Blackwood. And the email reads thus.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Out of 1,400 members and supporters in our branch, so far only 8 have said they will help campaign in Blackwood. 5 of these 8 are the committee members. Unfortunately, this is typical of the response we get. We stand a good chance of doing well in the upcoming elections, only 1 month and 18 days away, if, bold and in caps, if we get the support we need now. There is no need to worry if you haven't done it before. You can be teamed up with an experienced canvasser. Well, only 8 of them. Please make the effort to help and let us know with your availability with this link. We can't do it without your help. Kevin Preston, brackets, chair of Newport. Kevin Preston again. Kevin Preston sent this.
Kevin Preston.
So, I put this out earlier in the week. It was in my midweek newsletter with some quotes I'm about to discuss now. We're recording this at the start of the week. One person actually said to me, we are hemorrhaging activists. A lot have gone to join Restore.
Yeah. I don't know how to do it. The people who actually deprogram people who have literally been in cults. Like just Think Waco, things like that, the Branch Davidian, whatever, Ruby Ridge, those sort of ones. Can you decode someone out of politics? Or deprogram people out of politics? Possibly. But because it's such a major sphere of our life, because we literally have to vote these people in to run the country. Anarchists have a point, I guess. Most of them can't be fucking trusted. But deprogram the electorate or people from voting against their self-interest. I try to vote in my self-interest as much as I can. Obviously not possible. Elections and politics here in the UK, they kind of suck. Well, if I can educate someone away from actually voting from like Reform, Labour, the Tories, Lib Dems, and voting either SNP or Green or the Green Party of England, Wales, or Socialist Independence down in England, or across the country essentially. If I rescue someone from going down that pipeline, I will say that I will take that as a win. I will. Gwellen, the warrior princess, not from this. Yeah, it's literally one of the reasons. You've got a point there, Reza, yeah. Yeah. Let's carry on.
Which is Rupert Lowe's.
Really?
Yeah. I think
Wow.
I don't think Restore's got huge amounts of supporters, but I think if you are a paid up Engage Reform member, some of them have gone to Restore.
I just assumed that was a big old vanity project for him, and it was just a bit of a wow. I didn't.
I don't think.
It is a vanity project. Plus, it's also a right-wing vanity project. Watch it, and Rupert Lowe is a fucking mentalist. Rupert, just please go away. Bye. Fuck off. Yeah. Someone like Rupert Lowe would stand no chance up here for many, many reasons. He might actually stand a chance in certain certain areas down in England. Unfortunately. Obviously the same with Reform. Yeah. Keep it that way, Reza. You didn't really need to worry. They're polling at like 8%. And that's basically just in England. They're not polling up here at all for reasons. I wonder what reasons they could be. I laughed at by the time the Romans used to grey ore mines, they could see the copper ores. Someone must have managed it, because you were one of the major exporters of copper at one point. There's only one place you can get strontium, and that's up here, and that's why we've got a place called Strontium, the chemical element. There's a place called Strontium up on the west coast, north of me. That's one of the only places on planet Earth you can get strontium. I can't remember what strontium's used for. It's a transition metal, so electronics, maybe?
I don't think they're an electoral threat.
No, sure.
I think they're an activist.
No, but that's interesting, though, isn't it?
They said, this is what happens when you treat people like shit. The party have been acting like Labour or the Tories, with years of activist loyalty behind them. The person I spoke to actually also made a suggestion that the new leadership of Reform in Wales were putting former Tories in 1 and 2 positions for lists, and that was causing a lot of discontent.
I have said this many times on the stream. Labour didn't win, the Tories lost. Their vote plummeted. I will say, I wonder why. And yeah, the Reform vote split the right, essentially. Yeah. It will, Comrie, with any luck. Comrade Rupert? If they split the vote and maybe Labour or, Christ, even the Tories or Lib Dems sneak in, I don't know. Oh, Reza, I love that. That's amazing. I love that one. Thank you. Giving this lass a giggle.
Right.
We called this. I mean, I know it's not a hot take, but you know, we said they'll be fucking infighting. This is what will hold them back. And they're not. They're gonna be. I think it was you who said that having the former Tories there is only going to piss off the people who think they're proper reform.
Yeah.
And they're having these former Tories need to some kind of like earn their keep, earn their place.
Oh yeah, that having to say that line. What was it? Kind of like Britain is broken. It was that like the secret password.
Yeah.
That was their initiation.
That was the knock to get in.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I didn't realise Restore was a threat from a canvasser point of view. I find it really like how many members do they have? Sort of paid up activists. Was it 1,400, which is a huge amount in that area, right?
That is huge.
I mean, you think of door knocking capabilities and really kind of going like, are you annoyed? This kind of stuff, or give it a go, right? I sometimes wonder, and I did think.
In the Glasgow branch, like we're getting close to like 11,000 Scottish Green Party members now here. Here in Glasgow, there's 2,200 of us. Some are active in the branch. I try to be as active as I possibly can be. Don't get me wrong on that one. But yeah, there's over 2,000 active members of the Glasgow branch here for the Scottish Greens. There's a good few of us. We're the largest one in the Scottish Greens completely. Don't get me wrong. There's a good few thousand. There's a couple of thousand over in Edinburgh, and there's lots of little pockets of like a couple of hundred spread out across Scotland, Western Isles and Northern Isles as well. But Glasgow's the largest branch, obviously, largest city, everything, blah, 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 blah. And ours is very active. Yeah, keep it for, yeah, I get it. Anything that fractures the right-wing vote, I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong, there's still maybe kind of a low-key threat, I guess. I don't see them having any inroads, like restore, I mean, not reform. They've got inroads here now for reasons. Bollocks. Restore don't. Trust me, I don't. Ah! Bollocks. Sorry.
This post
Ah!
Caerphilly, whether that online bubble is Reform's greatest asset. You know, like how much it seems to be talked about, how much support they seem to have seems to be amplified by what you read, especially on kind of like Twitter and things. But I guess that is what that platform has become a little bit about, right? It's about to try and amplify the right of centre voices.
Building on that as well, it'll be interesting to see if they can't get these people out door knocking, then they can't activate them.
I'll be back.
They can't motivate them. They can't motivate them to get out and actually engage. Can they get them out to vote?
Well, that was always the thing, wasn't it? Like if
to register to vote.
Yeah. This is what's going to, it's all well and good having people on Facebook groups. If they're not voting, it don't mean shit.
This is the challenge for reform. So when you're a party which is predicated on being the voice of the people, the voice of the majority, the voice of the silenced, when you lose, like they did in Gorton and Denton, it can't be because you lost. It has to be because you were screwed.
Yeah.
And the establishment closed ranks against you. I don't think there's ever been an election where Farage has lost where there hasn't been a reason beyond, we need to reflect and maybe change anything. Because the problem is, these parties on that side of politics, a lot of people are with you based upon solely the fact you're going to win. And the second you're not winning, there has to be a really bloody good excuse for you not winning, else your entire MO is gone. And I think, so one Labour candidate, a guy called Chris Carter, who's on a list for that area, he retweeted it saying there was 30 plus activists on the Saturday morning canvassing session for Labour in the Malpas ward, which is the same constituency. I'm not saying that Labour are going to do better than Reform in there. I don't think they necessarily will. But I think it is interesting what you say about translating online support, loud online voices into onto street level support. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Reform were the largest party in the Senate election. I'm not sitting here saying they're a paper tiger in terms of support. This isn't a general election. This isn't people that a lot of people who have been politically disengaged have muscle memory for voting in Senate elections. You need people there knocking on doors on the day going, get out, or boats will be coming.
May I ask your opinions on whether you think that traditional method of door knocking, canvassing, flyering, leafleting is effective in getting the vote now? Do you think that, having those Facebook groups, this, that and the other actually is going to be more effective than it's, like I compare it with Fringe, right? Turning up to Fringe with your tickets already sold is so much better than trying to flyer on the street the day of, right?
Does flyering on the street work at the Fringe?
Yeah, it does. It's soul crushing.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Yeah.
But it works.
Yeah.
And because also people, I always flyer. Well, I've only ever done one run. I've flyered my own show because people, if they liked me, it's easier to get them in because they've met me.
You've already sold the show then, so that your audience are going to be,
they're coming in with a bit of
30% there with you anyway, because they've already liked you enough to take some paper off the street. You've kind of done a bit of crowd work with them almost already.
Yeah.
It's
You've already sold them, right? So
no one's going to sell your show better than you are anyway.
Yeah.
But
do you know what I mean?
I totally know what you mean, and I think sometimes, like, obviously I'm in my own silo of like my own experience of kind of like how I engage with politics. online and stuff. Yeah, I mean, if I see a leaflet through the door, I kind of know certain parties. I'll have a look at it because it's interesting to see like the area sort of person going for it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether how people's minds are being changed. I think that online, obviously, some people are getting news in wild.
Correct, Teresa. Your last comment. Yeah, they're getting squeezed from both sides now. Don't get me wrong, I've still got issues with the Lib Dems and stuff, but yeah, anyone that wants to vote for the Lib Dems instead of either the Labour, the scum, or the Reform, I'm all for it.
Different sources than, and from Facebook and from sort of memes and from all this kind of stuff. We'll never know, but I'd love to know the people who are the fence sitters at this point. I'd love to know the people who are going to change. Because it feels like, and this is just kind of like my own take on it. It feels like everyone's basically decided who they're voting for by this point. It'd be really interesting to know. I think some old Labour voters will probably think, "Oh, I'm not voting Labour this time," but in the end, old habits die hard, and they'll still go for Labour. I think a few people will hold their nose and do it because they just can't disappoint Grandad in the sky.
I agree with you. I think with voting and turnout, I say you had an area where every single person was going to vote Reform, and then Reform didn't campaign there, and Labour poured loads and loads of stuff into going out on the doors, knocking doors, had a really, really strong ground game, ran the best ground game you possibly can. They're not going to convert most people over to Labour who were voting Reform 6 weeks ago. You can make some difference. You can also get a feeling for what messaging is on the doorstep and what's working.
Okay, comrades, my nearly 4.5 hours. I think I will end it there. Oh, bugger. Give me a minute. My favourite cutie, Red Rust 308, is live and taking request. Red Rust is a bassist. They are awesome. Let's go and say hi to Red, shall we? I do apologise, my YouTube comrades, especially you, Reza and Comrie. I have to have 1,000 subs before I can read out. Sucks. Feel free to migrate over to Red Rust's channel on the Twitches. I will be back later on tonight, between 10 or 11ish or midnight-ish. Watch this space. Oh, okay. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Read Palestine. And I'll catch you later.